Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Conspiracy revealed. Sokayaku Hill. Ichigo watched the tunnel of blades dissolve into hundreds of millions of bladed petals, the noble captain not wasting any time on the upstart Ryoka. With a flick of his hands, Byakuya Kachiki commanded his torrents of flower petal blades into a fast-moving stream to the hybrid. The only look in the man's eyes was cold anger, anger at the disrespect of the law, anger at the failure of his promise to his late wife, the betrayal of his lieutenant, and above all this one upstart commoner who dared to spit in the face of hundreds of years of tradition. Wow, he is mad. Ichigo thought as he flash-stepped around the chosen battlefield, feeling the fury in the captain's attacks. All this was to buy time for someone, anyone, to find and reveal Aizen's plot. So for now, he focused on dodging and blocking the torrents of blades coming at him from practically every angle. Blasts of Kido and Reisher, blocking with the broad side of his blade, just plain evasion, all to prevent the noble across from him landing a hit. Byakuya waving his arm like he was conducting an orchestra of death against the single opponent he has. I was expecting a bit more after the first time we met, Ichigo Kurosaki. Byakuya said, a cold edge lining his words. If this is all you can muster, then you should never have come to Soul Society. He swung his arms again, the stream of petals coming down on Ichigo's head and another small one from behind. How is the law more important than your sister's life? He yelled out, blocking the above attack with his blade while feeling the attack from behind tearing into his side. He grunted in pain but stood his ground. I think even your parents would say something is wrong with all this. Someone like you would never understand the weight I bear. Byakuya moved his blades in formation for one of his signature abilities. The weight of a noble and a captain. He said as all the bladed petals surrounded Ichigo, trapping him in a swirling sphere of death. Though, as much as I hate you for failing Rukia, you do have my thanks. For a time, I had hope. Hope that she would be saved. But the law is greater than the life of one noble. Gokiai, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. He said, making the sphere implode on the hybrid. Repent for your sins to myself and Rukia in the next life, Ichigo Kurosaki. He watched his attack strike true, and was immediately blasted away by an intense force of Ryatsu. Do you know how long I've been preparing for this? I've been trained by and with 9 captain-level people, masters of Shuinpa, Hakudo, Kido, and Zanjutsu. He heard Ichigo say from a swirling black vortex with a blue and red glow. For the past 6 years of my life, I, the heir of the Kurosaki clan of the living world and son of the Shiba clan of Soul Society, have trained to the limits of my body and pushed beyond. My blades are the power that will cleave the heavens and tear them asunder. He watched as the hybrid stood up, his torn clothes revealing 1,000 fading gashes as they healed. I don't give a DMN about laws and traditions. I've trained for one reason. He pointed his massive kyber blade at the shocked captain. You are just a stepping stone to my end goal, Byakuya Kachiki. This fight is one you cannot win. I swore to kill you. Byakuya forced out, refusing to be intimidated. For the sake of my pride, and the protection of Soul Society. Senkei, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. He said, surrounding the both of them with thousands of glowing pink swords in the form of his blade. I have only shown this to one other person. One that I swore to kill with my own hands. You forced my hand, boy. Feel the weight of the Soul Society. He said, summoning a blade to his hand. Okay. Ichigo said, surveying his surroundings. Then I'll try this. He threw his lone blade into the air and swung his hand down. With that came a rain of dozens of different variations of his sword. Meinaka no ha. He said, standing in the middle of his blades. Is this the power of your Zanpakudo? Byakuya asked, feeling insulted by the display. Summoning more of your blade? You think that Shirkai can measure to my Bankai? I absolutely can. Ichigo said, grabbing a saw-tooth blade. I'd say more, but there are spoilers involved. He charged to meet the noble, releasing a loud clang. With Soifon and Yoruichi. Their clash continued, a fierce exchange of punches and kicks, knees and elbows, palms and chops. Yoruichi could tell that her former protege was skilled enough to match her, just barely, but she was distracted. Tatsuki, she thought of the one person that could have done anything to rattle her old student. You've overstepped your boundaries with this. She continued to defend against Soifon's attacks, the smallest of tears dripping from her eyes as memories and words from now and long ago echo in her mind. Put your life on the line to serve her. The memories rang out with every attack she made. Some hitting true, some missing. Just call me whatever you want. Each one, slowly cracking that shell of hate she built for the past century. I had you moved here because you have potential. Her father, Yoruichi, Tatsuki, and herself. She left you behind because she didn't want you to become a criminal for her sake. I worshipped her. She loosed out a scream of fury as she unleashed the technique she made, reserved solely for this fight with her fallen mentor. Look at me now, Yoruichi. She yelled out, the swirling vortex of Kido power radiating from her. This is the new technique I invented just for this. Yoruichi watched in shock at her disciple's foolish action. Soifon, stop. She yelled out in concern. Your Shunko is unstable. You can't maintain dash. Look at how strong I've become. Soifon said, her voice cracking. I'm strong now. Right? She began to tremble as her emotional defenses finally fell. I've met your expectations now, haven't I? She dropped to her knees and Yoruichi went to her crying disciple to dispel the dangerous technique. I. She stammered before feeling her mentor wrap her arms around her shaking form. You've gotten so strong while I was gone. She said, pride evident in her voice. You were the only one I could count on to take over after I left. Soifon brought her shaking arms around her mistress. I'm so proud of you. Yoruichi said, making her disciple cry again. In relief and joy. Yoruichi was still her much-beloved mistress. Somewhere in Siriidii. The rest of the gang were running around, trying to meet at the agreed-on rallying point. Ikaku led Tatsuki, Yumachika and Hanataru helped Orihime stay focused, Chad and Yuryu had directions from their captors, and Ganju followed Yuryu. After a few minutes of running, they finally caught up with each other. Alright, everyone listen up. Yuryu said, taking charge of the group. Yukitake told me that Rukia is coming our way. We need to figure out who's getting her out of here and who's backing up Ichigo. We'll get Rukia out of here. Tatsuki said, gesturing to herself and Orihime. You two have more battle experience and have fought alongside him longer. We'll leave our Ichigo in your trustworthy hands. Orihime said with a smile. She brightened up further when she saw their objective. Rukia. She called as Rinji continued to carry her. Just then, a bleeding Tosen appeared in front of them and pulled out a length of cloth that spun around the three before vanishing in a flash of light. That's not good. Yuryu stated, feeling three strong presences showing up where Ichigo was. His eyes, drifting to the glove on his right hand. Attention everyone. They heard a voice in their minds. Kenpachi versus Komamura. The wolf man continued his barrage in vain. No matter what he did, Zaraki was just stronger and seemed to grow more so as the fight went on. The scarred man grunted in annoyance as the giant puppet kept bringing down his strikes that he just kept deflecting. Eventually he grabbed onto the massive blade and tore it out of the giant's hand, with Komamura reflecting what happened. How did someone like you ever become a captain? Kenpachi groaned, not feeling any benefit from this battle. You don't even make for a decent warm-up. He said just as a voice called out to everyone. Captain Aizen is alive. They heard the ethereal voice that would condemn who was thought to be a dead man. And there's the confirmation. Zaraki said, completely apathetic to the situation. Tosen's a traitor. He looked over to Komamura who seemed to be in shock and denial. Let's go. He told the wolf man. The old man issued their deaths if they were found as traitors. Komamura took a few more seconds before he rose up, dispelling his Bankai. Very well. He disbelieved switching out for righteous fury. Earlier at the C-46 chambers. He was blind to the world around him, focusing only on the sight ahead. He had broken through the barrier that separated the outside from the 46 officials that made up the main governing body of the Soul Society, and found only corpses. Aizen is suspected of treason. The words of the ancient commander echoed in his mind. If there is evidence that supports this at the Central 46, then Captains Aizen, Ikamaru, and Tosen are to be found and killed on sight. Who could have done this? He heard his lieutenant ask, managing to stay composed. Captain? She asked in concern, shaking him. Aizen's alive. He barely managed to whisper. One of the most gentle, charming, wise, and trustworthy captains had manipulated everyone this whole time. He's deeper inside. He said, trying to make any rational sense out of everything. If they were paying any attention, they would have noticed Hinamori at the entrance and Jin on the other side, beckoning her closer, silently. Captain, what are you talking about? She asked, desperate to understand what was going on. Ichigo told the head captain that Aizen was planning to betray Soul Society. He admitted, shocking his lieutenant. Jin and Tosen are his co-conspirators, they have been for centuries. He left Momo, his closest friend, in the care of a man trying to destroy Soul Society for decades. He looked to the only other entrance, deeper into the council chambers. I need to see this. I need to see with my own eyes that Aizen is alive. He made his way inside, deeper into the forbidden sections of the building. His pace increased as he went deeper and deeper, hearing his childhood friend and a man he still wanted to think was dead. He reached them, seeing them embrace each other, with a dark look in Aizen's eyes. He shunpoed his way to them and ripped Hinamori from the traitorous man's arms, and felt cold steel pierce his back. Quite the troublemaker, aren't you, Hitsugaya? Aizen said. Toshiro looked to see Jin smiling that sadistic smile at him. Toshiro? Momo asked as Ranjaku pulled her away. What's happening? Captain Aizen dash. Ranjaku. Hitsugaya yelled out, coughing up blood. Get Momo out of here and send the message. Aizen is a traitor. He ordered as Jin ripped the blade out of him. Ranjaku attempted to run before getting bound. Bakudo number 61, Rikujikoro. Aizen calmly chanted, trapping all three. I was hoping to kill her quickly. A last courtesy to her. So easy to manipulate. Momo was in shock, everything she was trying to deny anything but the kind gentle captain she adored. But still useless. I was expecting her to try harder and die by Ichigo's hands. Ruin more of his credibility. Instead he made it to Yamamoto. And told us everything. Another voice said as Unohana revealed herself, making Jin jump back to Aizen. I thought something was off with your fake body. But when I showed the Ryoka, they saw nothing. One of them even dispelled the illusion. Quite the dangerous Zapukuto you have. She said as Toshiro slowly pushed himself up. I'd suggest running while you have the chance. Tosen wasn't nearly a match for Zaraki and Yamamoto's waiting for my lieutenant to signal everyone. She reached her hand to her braid and released it, letting her hair slowly unravel. Unless you'd like to gamble on a fight against me? Aizen glared at the captain and felt a sense of fear he hadn't had in a long time. Jin activated their escape spell, just in time to hear Aizen preparing her broadcast. So Kyaku Hill. Byakuya was forced on the defensive as Ichigo's unpredictable style assaulted him. Ichigo was practically seamless, switching between blades and styles with ease. Every blade made him alter his fighting in the smallest way and didn't slow him down in the slightest. Different types of serrated blades to tear away Byakuya's guard and slash him deeply, hooked blades to put him in an extended grab and slam him against the ground, slim for speed, wide for defense and power. Byakuya couldn't get close when Ichigo started summoning blades to his hand much like he did and started swinging them by the cloth like a demented dance. Ichigo spent the past 3 days adapting to his 100 different blades and now it shone. Byakuya was only making do with his slightly greater speed and years of experience. After 10 minutes, Byakuya noticed something was off. "I thought your intention was to defeat me," he said, managing to flash step into Ichigo's guard and impale his foot. "Is this the extent of your abilities?" he asked while placing a finger against Ichigo's shoulder. "No, but you never know who's watching," Ichigo said, matching Byakuya's actions but on the side of his abdomen. "Heido number 4, Byakurai," they said simultaneously, Byakuya blowing a hole through Ichigo's while he did the same elsewhere on the noble's body. "Besides, I'm not trying to kill you," Ichigo grunted, stumbling back as his body healed from the attack. "Just buying time," he said before delivering a strong blow to Byakuya's wound. "Ever heard of the idea, to fool your enemies you must fool your friends?" he asked as Byakuya dropped to his knees. "Do you really think I would have survived against the Captain Commander if he was really trying to kill me?" he asked, making Byakuya's eyes widen in realization. The excessive punishment Rukia was sentenced to, the aggressive attack made against Ichigo, and the fact that he survived the head captain's wrath. "There's a conspiracy," he whispered, dispelling his Senkei just as Aizen and his allies appeared with Rukia and Renji in tow. "You are too much of a threat to my ambitions, Ichigo Kurosaki," Aizen said, just as the message was being broadcasted. "Aizen is alive and guilty of high treason. Orders as dictated by head Captain Yamamoto are to kill traitors Aizen, Ikamaru, and Tosen on sight. A shame you couldn't join me. But at the rate you are growing, you'll become too much of a risk." He looked to his 2 subordinates. "Kill him," he said before proceeding to cut off Renji's sword arm. "Byakuya, back up," Ichigo yelled, charging forward to the 2 captains. Byakuya, fighting against the pain in his torso, made his millions of blade petals move to his new ally's aid. Tosen created a barrage of blades with his Suzumushi while Jin shoot his Shinso towards Ichigo. He was able to stop the barrage, but Shinso pierced through the defensive barrier and speared into Ichigo, only for him to power through after stumbling for a second. "Getsuga Tensho!" Ichigo roared, spinning himself and tearing the blade through his body and swung both great blades in his hands down, unleashing 2 massive waves of power. The attacks were blocked by a pair Danku barriers. While their sight was obscured by the smoke and Racier waves still fighting the barriers, Ichigo flash-stepped behind the barriers and delivered a deep slash to his opponents. Across Tosen's stomach and on Jin's arm. Ichigo continued toward his target, but it was too late. Aizen had Renji armless and bleeding out while tearing out a jeweled sphere from Rukia's chest with a weird ritual. "I was surprised when you displayed hollow abilities and your own amazing growth, Ichigo," Aizen said, looking over the orb in his hand. "Out of all the experiments I have made in hollowification, you are the only real success," he said, throwing the weakened girl away. Ichigo in his shock and anger at seeing his friend in such a state left himself open as he was impaled from behind, Jin and Tosen pinning him to the ground. Byakuya took his lieutenant and sister away in the confusion, his own feelings getting in the way of his sense of duty, but there wasn't much he could do. All he could do was pull them out of the way. "But this was all as I predicted, even you telling Yamamoto. The word of exiles and traitors is poor evidence for the accusations you must have made." Aizen rose his blade. "You could have been the only one to equal me." "A shame dash," he almost said before a massive blue bolt struck him and sent him back. Jin and Tosen were then punched in the face by 2 giant fists, sending them next to Aizen. "Sorry about being late," Yoruichi said as Chad helped his friend back up, pulling out the lodged blades in his friend's back. "I had to carry Chad." "It's fine," Ichigo said, his wounds slowly closing up as the damage started to get to him. "Thanks for the assist." He noticed the growing barrier around them. "Urahara's idea," Chad said, pointing at a few stakes around them. No escape, no sound or sight into the barrier. All right. Ichigo said, standing upright and creating more of his blades while his veins glowed and his body was covered in the white armored shell of his hollow power. I feel better with you two at my back. He said, finally noticing the new outfit of armor and the wing of rapier at his shoulder. It was this or I let you die. Yoruichi said, knowing what Ichigo was going to say. What's done is done and I'm not losing any more family. You can be so stubborn. Ichigo growled in annoyance, but smiled anyway. I'd do the same thing. They all shared a smirk as the two sides charged at each other. The prelude to change. Outside the barrier. The announcement went out to the whole of Siriidii as the able captains and lieutenants congregated on the execution hill. All of them, standing around a shining white pyramid with 6 sides that held the traitors and the Ryoka that elected to fight them. Some were calm, waiting patiently for their chance to jump in and either apprehend the traitors or save their new allies. Others were antsy, on edge, furious at the betrayal of who they thought they could trust. Be ready, all of you. Yamamoto said while his soldiers released their shuriken, a few even calling out their bankai. Zaraki removed his eye patch and grasped his blade with both hands, a focused look making the wild berserker almost unrecognizable. Kurosaki and 2 of his allies have trapped the traitors inside. Hope for the best, but be ready for the worst. Inside the barrier, Chad vs. Tosen. Ichigo and Aizen clashed against each other, each side no longer holding back as they tried to kill each other. Ichigo couldn't really hope to match someone that mastered every aspect of Shinigami combat and had to rely heavily on his strength and defense augmentation abilities, to come close to even with the power-hunger madman. Their clashes rang like thunder as the ground fractured beneath them. Yoruichi and Jin were exchanging moves and shots as the two danced around each other with constant jumps from one place to the next until Yoruichi trapped him in a barrage of arrows that left Jin to only block and dodge as best he could. Tosen, already in bad condition, tried his best to keep Chad at bay. Suzumushi Nishiki, Benihiko. He called out, focusing all of the generated blades at his charging opponent. Dozens upon dozens of spearing blades shot at Sato as he continued his charge. He brought his powered right arm up to block the onslaught of blades, managing to deflect some but still getting many blades cutting and stabbing into him. Suddenly his arm flared with his rapier as he punched the ground toward the blind man. The explosion fired a barrage of stone and dust at the blind Shinigami, making him stagger as Chad closed in on him. He attempted to slash at the man but he caught it in an iron grip, leaving him to resort to punches and kicks which grew weaker and weaker as he lost more blood. I honestly don't want to fight you. Chad said, after the blows became less and less effective against him. You look like you're 1 foot in the grave already and I feel like the bad guy for this. He lifted Tosen up to look into his blank white eyes. But you've made yourself my enemy when you attacked my friend. He said with a glare before clenching his left fist. So, for both of us, stay down. He then punched Tosen directly at the epicenter of his injuries and sent him flying back. He turned to his friends fighting, trying to decide who to help. Yoruichi versus Jin. Just how fast is this guy? Yoruichi screamed in his head as Jin kept up with his barrage of thousands of arrows, blocking and dodging every one. The loud zipping of the constant releasing of his bolts mixed with the clang and thud of every arrow drowned out all else, leaving him open as Jin chanted his spell. Carriage of thunder, bridge of a spinning wheel. With light, divide this into 6. Bakudo number 61, Rikujikoro. Jin chanted, trapping Yoruichi in the binding of the spell. Too bad for poor Ichigo. He taunted, ending up behind Yoruichi with his blade at the archer's neck. Captain Aizen is still too strong for him. His Ryatsu is too dense and great. Yoruichi spared a glance at his cousin and the schemer he fought. To most people it was even, but Yoruichi could tell it was starting to wear on the hybrid. Getting slightly slower in all aspects, most concerning was his regeneration. DMN it. Yoruichi cursed in his head. I can't move. Wait. Kido is Reisure-based, and Aizen's Ryatsu is enough to repel Ichigo. I've got it. He slowly used his Ransatengai to manipulate the Reisure around him to weaken the Kido spell and pull out a black seal Schneider. I knew this would come in handy. He thought before extending the black Reisure blade that almost stabbed through Jin's chest and head, forcing him to jump back. Yoruichi turned, breaking through the Kido, grabbed the black rod making its blade vibrate faster, and charged at the fox man. Jin jumped back to avoid the slash and felt a looming shadow overhead. El Directo. Chad roared, firing an intense blast at the silver-haired devil, making him plummet to the ground. When he landed, he went over to his ally. Yoruichi, go. I'll handle this dash, Chad tried to say before feeling a cut in his right shoulder. You should never turn your back on an opponent. Jin said cold and threateningly. The two glared at him before charging, Chad going for the direct approach while Yoruichi circled them. He's the enemy. Chad thought. He's siding with Aizen, someone Ichigo swore to kill. He was closing the distance between them faster and faster. Ichigo's putting his life and principles on the line to do what needs to be done. He fired a Reisure blast at Jin, point blank, who deflected it with a wave of his hand. I am his friend and I will match his resolve. He let out a roar as he slammed his left fist into Jin's stomach. There was a shock wave from underneath them and a blast of air and light from Jin's back, making him cough up bile and blood from the unexpected attack. He flew back as Chad got ready for the next assault, his left arm coated in white with a single red line going down it. This should do it. Yoruichi thought, gathering the energy from Chad's blast to further augment his own power. He aimed at the back of Aizen's head and fired the seal Schneider. Ichigo vs. Aizen. The two locked blades, fighting for dominance, as the battles around them continue. They heard a loud whistle as Yoruichi unleashed the massive bolt. As it closed in on the two combatants, Aizen swiftly moved aside at the last second. Ichigo leaned back, the energy and edge of the blade cutting into his skin slightly, reached out and took hold of it. The energy mixed with the Reisure he poured into it, seemingly catching fire and becoming unstable, as he brought the blade down on Aizen. He managed to block but the combined, unstable power tore through the sword and left a deep gash through Aizen's chest. Hado number 88. Ichigo yelled out, holding an arm out and bracing it, preparing to use the powerful spell. Bakudo number 81. Danku. Aizen responded, setting up the clear wall to repel the attack. Ichigo disappeared from his sight as the hybrid skirted around the wall. He turned just in time to see the ball of cackling red energy in Ichigo's hand. He tricked me. Zero. Ichigo yelled, slamming the energy into Aizen's chest and firing it point blank. The explosion and recoil blasted him away as he tumbled on the ground. He slowly pulled himself to his feet and saw Chad and Yoruichi struggling against Jin, who was moving much faster. He summoned up his own black bow and ready to take a shot, his vision getting hazier by the second, until he felt a blade through his side. His strength left him as he turned to look into Aizen's cold glare, looking no worse than when they started aside from the laceration and burned body with his Shikakusho and Haori burned away. My patience with this has ended. He said coldly, ripping the blade from his sword through Ichigo's chest, slashing through his heart and lungs and removing most of his right arm. Tosen, tossed aside and forgotten, used his chance to destroy some of the metal stakes that held the Kido barrier they were trapped in. Aizen was about to kill Ichigo before Kenpachi came in through the newly made opening and nearly cut off Aizen's hand. Now! Tosen yelled, prompting both Aizen and Jin to cover their ears. Cry! Suzumushi! The high-pitched ring emanated from his blade, shaking most of the gathered captains and lieutenants, which was more than enough time as beams of pale light surrounded the conspirators. Aizen took the chance to look around, sure there was another diversion he had ready, only to find the three gatekeepers he had under his command already beaten and unconscious. Kukaku and Jidambo's presence telling him all he needed. Well, this ended messier than I would have liked. He said within the barrier that the now revealed hollows made for him. But no matter. Try as you may, I will be the one to stand at the top of everything. He removed his glasses and slicked his hair back, while Komamura yelled after Tosen, demanding what justice he's following. Ichigo. Yuryu called out, barely conscious as he cradled his cousin. Ichigo, stay with me. Unohana already made her way to the hybrid along with Orihime, trying desperately to heal him, but the shock of seeing Ichigo on death's door shook her being and damaged her focus. All Ichigo could think of was, the feeling of defeat. I failed. No matter what, he was always able to persevere, push himself beyond. But now. Aizen has the Hogyoku, he was defeated, they had the chance to stop a threat and focus on Yawachi's uprising, and now he laid here, feeling his life fade. No. No. He thought defiantly. I will not lay down and die. I will beat you. Aizen. Ichigo roared out, holding the stump of his right arm up as a gray mass swelled and exploded from his arm. The giant worm-like appendage rose toward Aizen and the mass of Jillians, opening a disgusting maw and unleashing 1,000 other mouthy tendrils that bashed feebly against the barrier and devouring what Minos they got their hungry mouths on. This continued until Aizen and his allies disappeared, leaving behind a swarm of hollows to be devoured by Ichigo's monstrous arm. When all the hollows were gone, Ichigo's arm returned to normal as his body healed completely, now unconscious from exhaustion. Everyone looked on in shock at the young boy, before Yamamoto stepped in. He did tell me that Aizen was experimenting with hollowification. He said as he made his way over to the sleeping hybrid. He must have been the result of one of those experiments. He'll have more potential to grow and evolve as a warrior. What we just witnessed, was most likely a reaction to the desire to survive and fight. I want him placed in care and under guard. He announced to the remaining captains. I will speak with him when he wakes up. Unohana nodded at the orders and summoned the beast form of her Minazuki, directing Chad and Yuryu inside it. And if I hear Kuratsuchi got anywhere near that boy, there will be hell to pay. The next morning at the Squad 4 barracks. The Siriidii was still reeling from the events of yesterday. The squads of the traitor captains were just barely held together at the seams until being directly commanded by Yamamoto. Thousands of souls recently appeared in Soul Society. Byakuya told Rukia of the truth behind her adoption into the Kachiki clan and begged her forgiveness. Yoruichi spent the night scolding Tatsuki for telling Soifon the truth and scolding Soifon for letting it affect her and get in the way of duty. Yuryu got to work fixing and replacing clothing damaged over the course of the invasion with near alarming enthusiasm. Chad went back to placing the remaining tags around Siriidii, and Orihime never once left Ichigo's side, praying for his swift recovery while Kenpachi watched over the hybrid like a hawk. Why Kenpachi? Captain Kuratsuchi, you know you're not permitted to go near him. Because Mayuri was dead set on studying the boy. Unohana patrolled the hallways while Zaraki was the last line. As noon hit, Ichigo finally raised from his slumber. Ugh. What happened? He asked, thinking some of what happened was a nightmare. Aizen kicked your butt and escaped. Zaraki said bluntly. Your arm exploded into a monstrous hydra thing that ate a couple dozen Minos Grande and you were out cold for the rest of the night. It's noon now and we're still dealing with the fallout. So. Part hollow huh? Yeah. Ichigo responded, petting Orihime's sleeping head on his lap. I'll explain it all later. I don't care how or why Ichigo. The scarred man said. My only concern is that you keep your word about our deal. Ichigo thought for a second. Well, if Urahara can be trusted. Then my potential is near limitless. I heal from crippling injuries in a near instant, and I've yet to really tap into what I'm capable of. He noticed Zaraki was trembling in excitement. When I get the time, Zaraki. I've got a feeling that I'll be busy for a little while. Kenpachi nodded reluctantly, knowing their rematch was going to have to wait. Ichigo. Orihime mumbled as she woke up. She saw her lover awake and alive and proceeded to pull him to her chest, bawling her eyes out about how scared she was. Ichigo was flailing wildly at the lack of oxygen. After finally prying himself free, she looked him square in the face. "You need to talk to Rukia. Now," she said, unusually stern for the normally bubbly girl. "Okay," he acknowledged, remembering the surprise kiss he gave her. "But I do need to check on someone else first," he said, getting up and dressing after Zaraki and Orihime left the room, Zaraki dragging her out. He found his new outfit, a sleeveless shihakusho with wild red tribal markings with a white undershirt with a more ordered blue pattern and a 5-pronged manji on the chest, each end tipped with the Shiba clan symbol, and a facsimile of his hollow mask on top of it, along with a note saying, "Just try it. Yuryu." After dressing himself, he left the room to find his cousin. "Ah, Ichigo," he heard a demented skeletal clown man say. "So happy to see you finally awake. Would you like to come with Dash?" "Bala," Ichigo said, not even sparing a glance as he flicked a non-lethal ball of energy at Mayuri's head, sending him flying. Everything around him was muted as he followed the dim weak Ryatsu trace that was now what remained of Yuryu's power. Just enough to see spirits. He finally found his cousin as he was sketching a new outfit design. He beamed seeing his cousin. "Ichigo. I see you're in the new outfit I made," he said, jumping up and checking the measurements again to make sure everything fit right. "I wanted to make something that really spoke about you. Those Shinigami robes are just so bland with each one being practically the same." He was going on and on about the lack of aesthetic with Soul Reaper uniforms before Ichigo stopped him. "Yuryu. Are you alright?" Ichigo asked. "Why do you ask?" The Quincy responded, his eyes darting away from the hybrid. "You always get really into your tailoring hobby when you're depressed," Ichigo bluntly stated. "I do not." Yuryu scoffed. "Pimping out your possessed teddy bear, does that sound familiar?" Ichigo said, reminding Yuryu of an earlier instance. "Hey, Khan looked much better for it," Yuryu defended. "Yuryu, I can see. The bags under your eyes, how many sets of clothes did you make?" Ichigo pushed. "2. Each," the archer admitted. "Okay, I see your point." He looked at his now bare hand and the purification cross he wore. "I was hoping to do more. To at least get rid of one of them. But now they're gone, they won, and what do I have to show for it? No powers," he said, clenching his fist as tears welled up in his eyes. "We were supposed to stand by each other, now I'm useless." He felt Ichigo wrap his arms around him. "You saved my life, Yuryu," Ichigo said. "That's gotta count for something." Yuryu returned the hug. "We'll figure something out. We've got Ryukin, Urahara, and all the resources of Soul Society. You'll get your powers back. If not, you're still a better tactician than I am." Yuryu let out a chuckle. "Yeah, okay. Now let go, I don't swing that way," Yuryu said, feeling his mood lighten up. "Much to the disappointment of many of our female classmates." "What do you mean?" Ichigo asked as they separated. "Never mind, I don't want to know." He got up to leave. "I need to find Rukia, any idea where she is?" Yuryu pondered for a second. "Well, I heard she talked to Byakuya. But the better bet is that she went to the Shiba clan," he told her. "Got it. See ya," Ichigo said, already planning on making his trip. "Wait. Give this to her," Yuryu said, pulling out a light blue sundress with a darker blue wave design. "I got a little carried away and made her one too," he said, almost embarrassed. Ichigo looked at the clothing Yuryu made and back to his cousin. "The doctor with his own clothing line," he said, folding the outfit and tucking it away. "If it was anyone else, I'd never believe it. Shiba clan." Ichigo made his way through Soul Society, receiving a message from a hell butterfly to see the head captain as soon as possible, until he finally made his way back to the current home of his clan. The sun was starting to dip into the horizon when the house came into sight. Kakaku was stomping on Ganju and ordering him to work harder. "I heard you were dead weight and caused everyone trouble," she yelled. "If you gave our cousin a bad image of us, I'll be twice as harsh. I don't think it's fair to compare the two of us," Ichigo said, finally interrupting Ganju's torture. "I wasn't exactly raised soft, Kakaku." The clan head made her way down to greet her family with a smile. "Nice to see you back, kid," she said, giving his but a firm hard smack before leaning in and giving him a hug. "Heard you did real good out there. And Yoruichi shared some juicy stories between you two," she whispered hotly in his ear, making Ichigo turn into a strawberry. "Can't wait for my turn, stud." "Ganju," Ichigo said, louder than intended. "I heard Rukia was here. Is that right?" Yeah. Ganju said, confused about what just happened. "She came to apologize. Sis told her to see his shrine to get some closure. I'll show you the way," he said, walking into the underground mansion, Ichigo speeding his way to follow. "DMN," Kakaku said, looking at the palm of her hand. "That was a really toned but. Thank you, Yoruichi." With Rukia. She was sitting in front of a wooden shrine, housing flowers, sweet incense, and two pictures. One of a man and the other of a woman, Kaien and Miyako Shiba, Rukia's idols. She was offering her prayers for their peaceful rest and apologizing for the 1000th time, unaware of the hybrid coming in. "So that's Kaien, huh?" he said, coming in next to the petite Soul Reaper. "That really is an uncanny resemblance." "Yeah," Rukia agreed, he was also hot-headed and acted out of a personal desire to help people, for no other reason than they needed help. "You would have liked him, Ichigo," she said, relaxing a little bit. Ichigo smiled at her as she reminisced. "Tell me more," he said, prompting her to talk about her first days in her squad. The apathy Kaien showed her as a noble and treated her like a person, the kindness her gave her as she grew into her own as a Soul Reaper, the day his wife was murdered by a hollow, his fight and possession, and his death by her hands. He saw her tears dripping down, wetting her purple-flowered kimono, the pain from that day resurfacing on her. He pulled her into his lap, without warning, and held her tightly. "He doesn't blame you. No one does. You gave him peace, Rukia, now live on like he wanted you to. If you need a shoulder, I'll be there," he told her. After blinking in shock as his words finally registered, she relented, and let all of her tears pour out into Ichigo's chest. They were trapped in their own world, unaware of a few ladies watching them. "So, we're gonna let her in now, aren't we?" Tatsuki asked, a little annoyed. Her face was bandaged from the sparring she had with Yoruichi. Though it helped in the long run, it was still a low thing to do to a fellow disciple. Orihime was doing her best to hold back the tears. "How can we not, Tatsuki?" she cried in sympathy for their friend. "She went through so much, she needs some good in her life." She wrapped her arms around Tatsuki as she couldn't hold back the tears. Yeah. And she's a pretty nice girl to have around. Plus now there's 2 girls to kick his butt into gear now," she thought, relenting to the idea of allowing Rukia into their club. "We'll talk to her later." Gotei 13 meeting room. Night had fallen, most of the Soul Society was asleep now, resting and recovering from the events from earlier that day. All but the unlucky groups pulling night patrols, the captains that would determine the future of the coming war, and the hybrid that seemed to be at the center of all of it. They all stood in attendance, the captains flanking down both sides, with Genryosai at the head and Ichigo in the center. "There are many questions to ask Ichigo," Yamamoto started. "But very little time to get any answers. So for now, only the necessary ones. Are you in complete control?" "My power is mine to wield, sir," Ichigo answered, firm and confident. "We are not at full strength right now, will they return?" Yamamoto asked, referring to the wizards and his mentors. They are expecting to return. He answered. How soon can you get them? Everyone looked at him expectantly. Ichigo wordlessly turned around, reached out, and tore a portal open in the air. Tomorrow. Most likely. He said, having never traveled by his own Garganta consciously before. So Kayaku Hill, Spirit Conversion Senkaman. Everyone gathered at the feudal gateway back into the Danai and to the living world. Ichigo, palming his chest that held the message from Yamamoto to their lost allies. Though you were initially enemies, you've shown yourselves to be allies to Soul Society. Genryusai announced to the gathered Ryoka. Be wary, for you've also marked yourselves as targets by Aizen. Chances are he'll send spies or assassins, so watch your backs. The coming months may prove trying, but together we are fighting for more than just stability. Be ready for when we call on you, and pray it never comes to that. The old man nodded at Ichigo as they started going through the gate one by one. Before he went through the gate, Rukia came forward. She was wearing the sundress Yuryu made and sporting a heavy blush. What is it? He asked, just before she slammed her lips against his. Why you better take responsibility for taking my first kiss, Ichigo. She stammered before kicking him through the gate. The only thought going through his head was, what just happened? Silburn, the shadows of Siriidii. He sat upon his throne, watching from the shadows of his enemy's domain, slowly gathering his power. His cold glare locked on the two mixed-blooded Quincy that survived his holy cleansing. Yuryu showed loyalty to his friends, but foolish resentment to his true family. Ichigo was one to be wary of. Already proving himself as a potential special power, it was becoming more and more evident that his wayward child needed to be shown the light. Hashwolf. He spoke to his chosen second. His dark, heavy voice echoing throughout the dark corridors of the royal chambers. It seems my child of darkness needs some guidance to his true destiny. Go and select a couple of the Sternritters to keep an eye on him. Do the same for Ishida. The blond man bowed in reverence. As you command, your majesty. Gathering allies. Karakura town. The group were making their way out of the Dangai, jumping out of the portal between worlds into the dark night of the living world. As the wind tore at them with their ever-increasing descent, they all remained calm. Only one person said anything. Santen Keshin, I reject. Orihime whispered as her shielding barrier activated beneath them, giving them an easy landing from their jump. Coincidentally, avoiding whatever it was Urahara had planned as something passed beneath them. Ah! They heard the eccentric man groan as they settled down on the glowing barrier. Urahara was next to them on his own flying carpet device. I was ready to give you all a ride. It's been a long day, Kisuke. Ichigo said, walking to the edge of the barrier. And I'm not done yet. Yamamoto wanted me to gather everyone. Urahara lowered his head in a rare moment of seriousness. Aizen escaped, didn't he? He said, knowing before he asked. The look Ichigo had gave him all the answer he needed. Fine. Have them head to my shop. I'll need to start making plans. His student nodded before jumping off Orihime's barrier and charging straight for the wizard's warehouse. Could I get a ride to the hospital? Yuryu asked, the truth of his situation already known amongst his friends. My father wanted me to report to him after coming back. I can take you, Yuryu. Orihime chirped, ready to help her friend. Sora is still supposed to be visiting our aunt, so there shouldn't be anyone home right now. And I live nearby her place, so we'll accompany you. Tatsuki added while Sato got up from his place and went to the edge. Everything all right, Sato? Yuryu asked, feeling a certain tension from the giant. I'm going for a stroll. He said before dropping off the platform, still high above the suburban building of that part of Karakura. I worry about that guy. Yuryu said. Soon, the Soul Reaper mentors separated from the spiritually aware humans as they both had their own destinations. So, what did happen with Aizen exactly? Urahara asked his old friend as they flew toward the Shoten. He got to Rukia and removed what you put inside her from that Jigai. Yoruichi responded. And then he tried to kill Ichigo. Urahara hummed in thought. That was a risky gamble, but it looks like it paid off. With Chad. Chad took his time getting home, needing to clear his head. Finishing his mission of placing whatever those tags were all around Soul Society was not enough, and his mind was still like a raging storm from the battle at Sokayaku Hill. He made a promise. There was one thing about that promise that he absolutely had to do. I'll watch your back and you watch mine. And he couldn't even do that. Ichigo was almost killed when he wasn't there, he was too slow. Ichigo was almost killed when he was there, he was too weak. His powers seemed to be growing every day, but what was the point to them if he couldn't keep his promise? He looked down at his hands, his large, strong fists that helped him for so long, that he used to help others. When he needed them to succeed the most, they failed. He was too weak. Yuryu crippled his own power to pick up the slack, and Ichigo almost died because he couldn't help him. Chad never felt so weak, so pathetic, in his entire life. It was a good thing he could keep his stoic facade, because he would be raging at his friends and crying like a child, the last thing they needed. With a single roar of anger, he threw one punch and made a large crater and spiderweb crack in a concrete wall. His right fist didn't even have a scratch on it. That was an impressive display. Came a voice from the darkness. But I doubt punching rocks will help you strengthen your powers. Chad looked around cautiously. Whoever was talking knew about him and his abilities, that put him on edge. If you want to fix that, to train your powers, we can help. A piece of paper fell from above with an apartment keycard and a phone. The card said, "Welcome to our Skyushin. With Ichigo." He moved quickly, flash-stepping as quickly as he could throughout the city to reach his destination. A single warehouse, hidden from sight behind a barrier beyond time and space to anyone unaware of its existence. Ichigo reached the building within the glowing force field and touched it, letting the ripples open a pathway for him to pass through. He went into the building to find each one of the wizards, ready and waiting for him, in the ruined building of the warehouse. You made it back. Shinji said, pleased to see the young hybrid once more. What's the word, kid? Ichigo reached into his jacket to pull out the message from the captain commander. He's happy to know you're all alive, and embarrassed that things got so bad. He said, throwing the folded envelope to the unofficial leader of the wizards. That is an official letter of pardon, personal apologies, and summons back to Soul Society so we can all plan out our next move. Ichigo told him as each of the former captains and lieutenants looked over the paper to confirm the message. Good to know the old man was actually willing to listen. Kensei said as they all dropped down to the ground. Let's go, gang. He said, leading the group as they moved to return to their old home. Hiyori was grumbling about lousy soul reapers and stupid Kisuk and other things that set her off. She really doesn't play well with anyone, does she? Ichigo asked, watching them all head for Urahara's shop. The only person I remember her actually getting along with was her previous captain, Kiryu Hikifune. Shinji explained. I think Unohana copied her in the way she interacted with her squad. Like a mom to a group of kids. Then Kisuk shows up, seems completely lazy and untrustworthy, changes everything about the squad by making the Research and Development Institute and freeing Mayuri from his prison cell. He replaced her mother figure and changed everything about her division, and she didn't like it. What happened to her? The hybrid asked, never hearing much more than necessary about their own pasts. After she invented the Jiken, she was promoted to the Zero Squad and left without a word. The former captain said. The Royal Guard of the Soul King, one of the most elite groups, if not the highest ranking under the Soul King himself. Ichigo was shocked, hearing the news and wondering what kind of beings they must be to personally guard the Soul King. You think Aizen could beat them? Ichigo asked again. Shinji paused as he gave the question serious thought. If Aizen has his way, he'd be unstoppable. As it is now, he's just shy of that. Karakura Hospital, Ryuken's office. He was going over some final papers and reports, documents needed to keep his hospital running, when his personal secretary told him that his son was here to see him. He was clearing out some last-minute necessities to get out of the way. His son returned from battle in Soul Society, most likely powerless. It was the circumstances as to why he removed the Sanrei glove that interested him more than anything else. His child entered the office, looking downcast as could be expected. "Father." The boy greeted, some traces of nervousness and defeat evident in his tone. "Yuryu." Ryuken responded. "I see you used the let still." "I had to." Yuryu said. There was an uncomfortable silence as Yuryu sat down in the middle of his office. "Tell me what happened." The stern father ordered. "Start from the beginning. After we got out of the Bankai." Yuryu told him everything. When they infiltrated the Siriidii, separated, Orihime handling much of the lesser soul reapers, to meeting Mayuri Kuratsuchi. He killed grandfather. Him and hundreds of our kind. "I won't lie, I wanted to get revenge," he said, looking at the cross hanging from his wrist. "I wanted to rip off the glove and destroy him, hit him with all the power I could muster with the let still. But I couldn't. I couldn't waste my power for revenge when there was nothing to gain from it." His hand dropped limply to his side. "Grandfather's dead, dead for good, and I can't focus on something that would just make me feel a little better. I still beat him, but I didn't kill him." "Then what made you remove the Sanrei glove?" Ryuken asked, a shadow of a smile gracing his lips at his son's judgment. "Our enemy, Aizen. He had Ichigo outnumbered and ready to kill him. I needed power to stop that and save him." Yuryu said, the weight of failing to stop Aizen coming down on his shoulders once again. "So you threw away your powers, just for the chance to save your cousin?" he asked, making Yuryu nod. Ryuken raised himself from his seat and went to his son, giving him the first warm embrace from him in the longest time. It's easy for anyone to say what they would do with their powers. But few actually have the strength of will to give up their power, he said, squeezing a little tighter on his child. When he pulled away, Yuryu looked at his father like he was staring at another person. "You've made me proud of you as a father and as a teacher. You are ready for the next stage." "But father, I've lost my powers," Yuryu said, still in shock at the man's actions. "No, they're crippled," the older Quincy stated. "They can, and we will, restore them. I want you in the training room first thing tomorrow morning," he told his son, making him brighten up at the prospect of gaining his powers back. Yuryu was just about to leave when his father told him one last thing. "Make sure to visit your mother, Yuryu. I'm sure she'll be glad to see you." His son nodded and ran off. With Orihime. The bubbly barrier maiden skipped her way back to her small apartment, eager to take a relaxing bath and wait for her brother to return from their aunt's place. She became cautious when she found her door unlocked. She opened the door and moved slowly, focusing her hearing as much as she could to catch whoever might still be inside off guard. "Something is going on, but it's not of any concern," she heard her brother say. Feeling relieved that it was just her brother being home, she decided to give him a little surprise. She crept along, ready to pounce, when his conversation put her on edge. "Orihime doesn't need to know, not yet. Her friends have everything handled. Yes, her guardian sprites have awakened, but she's fine for now. Her brother knew about the spiritual side of things. He knew about her powers and her friends. I'll take care of it when it becomes an issue. Okay, I'll tell her you love her. Bye Oba-chan," he said, hanging up. She slowly made her way into the kitchen and exposing herself. "Orihime, where have you been?" "I was." She trailed away, seeing a strange haze around her brother's body. The air around him was shimmering like something was there but invisible. Hanging out with Ichigo and Tatsuki. She recovered. They went up into the mountains with Yoruichi-sensei and they needed a cook. She said with a smile. Sora nodded as he accepted her excuse. They say the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Endear Ichigo to you with your cooking, and make sure your deal with Tatsuki works out. He said, pushing her to be more aggressive with her boyfriend. Don't be embarrassing Oniai-chan. She pouted, heading for the bathroom. Auntie sends her love Orihime. He called after her as she left. Looks like she's gotten much stronger. He said, speaking to the being that was hidden from sight. She's noticed you. I guess we should get started sooner rather than later. The sound of a serpent hissing was the only response. Kurosaki Clinic. Ichigo returned home to find his father, already in his Shinigami form with a shihakusho and ragged haori over his left shoulder. He also was smoking a cigarette, surprising his son when he already had his one smoke for the year. When Isshin saw his son he took one more drag of the tobacco stick and threw it to the ground, stepping on it to extinguish the smoldering embers. Yuzu and Karen will be joining us when we head to Soul Society. He said walking up to his son. They wanted to meet their Shiba cousins and get stronger faster. There went to Urahara's the moment we felt you return. He then pulled his son in for a hug, Ichigo slowly returning it. I am so sorry that you had to fight him, Ichigo. You were not ready for that kind of opponent. Maybe not. Ichigo conceded. But now I have a milestone to reach. And our next fight will not end so easily in his favor. Isshin let out a hearty chuckle. That's my son. He said with a grin as they separated from each other. So how were things back in Soul Society? He asked as the father and son made their way to Urahara's, meeting place for all the Shinigami in Karakura town. Remember that white-haired third seat of yours? Ichigo asked after thinking for a moment. He became the captain of Squad 10. Isshin let out a small cheer of approval for his former third seat taking over. He was the only one that ever did the paperwork while he was a captain. After Aizen defected, the lieutenant of Squad 5 is in a catatonic state at his betrayal. Ah yes, Momo Hinamori. Isshin said, remembering the smaller and more vague details from his past. I remember her following him around like a lost puppy. She is not going to like Shinji taking back his old position. Oh yeah, he used to be Squad 5's captain, didn't he? Ichigo recalled. What do you think is going to happen anyway? Well, most likely the former captains will take back their former positions. Isshin reasoned. Because of circumstances, like the need of more soldiers and having people that can lead them, the old man might plan something out. They finally reached Urahara's shop, where Ichigo was glomped by both of his little sisters. Oniai-san Ichi and Ai. They cried as they hugged him to near death. Can you tell they were worried? Isshin asked sarcastically, the assembly of former captains and lieutenants smiling at the display. This is so great. Yuzu cried in joy. Oniai-san's back, we're going to see more family, Mom's dash. Still at the hospital. Karen said quickly, covering her sister's mouth. Resting. But she wouldn't mind a visit first. Right, Dad? Karen said, talking through clenched teeth. Yes. Yes, go visit your mother Ichigo. Isshin said, catching on to what his tomboyish daughter was trying to convey. Don't worry, we'll wait. O.K. Ichigo responded, feeling a little concerned by the way his family was acting. But he wouldn't mind seeing his mother again. Seeing her alive, comatose but alive because of Urahara's assurance, kept him from ever being completely depressed. So now, he made his way for the Karakura Hospital. Karakura Hospital, Masaki and Kane's. Oh, Ichigo. The two cousins met up in front of their mother's room and home for the past several years. How are things on your end? Well, everyone is ready to return to Siriidii and my dad is taking my sisters to see Kakaku. Ichigo told the Quincy. How did Ryukin take you losing your powers? He said he was proud and that tomorrow morning, we were going to work on restoring them and my advancement in training," he said, earning a surprised look from Ichigo. "Yeah, apparently there is a way to restore my powers. Probably gonna put my life at risk, but I'm committed." He held out his fist to his cousin. "You can't get rid of me that easily, it seems." Ichigo smirked and returned the fist bump. "I wouldn't have it any other way, man." The two shared another smile as they opened the door and immediately froze. "Hello Yuryu Ichigo," the two mothers said to their sons. Truths revealed. Karakura Hospital. The two boys stared on in shock, disbelief of what was before them. Years of coming into this one room, seeing the same heartbreaking scene of their mothers in what could be described as a living death, only to now find something different the moment they opened up that door. Neither one of them could remember how many times they dreamed of this one moment, and how much they were torn between refusing it as reality and accepting that their long-time wish came true. For the mothers, they drifted in and out of awareness and slumber, feeling and knowing the world around them but unable to tell their family how much they loved them, how much they wanted to comfort them. The belief that they could return to their families kept them going through that hell as they remained trapped in their bodies for years. Powerless, immobile, the greatest solace was the few moments they were dreaming and watching their families grow and be happy. "Come here," Masaki said, holding up a hand. "My little protector. Let mother see you, Yuryu," Kane said. The two boys felt their bodies move, not under their own control, but out of autonomous reaction. Each slow step, quickening slightly until they reached their respective mother. The moment those hands touched their faces, they became aware of the tears streaming from their eyes. "You grew up so strong and handsome," Kane said, remembering her husband telling her about their child with evident pride. "Ichigo," Masaki said to her firstborn, "I'm so sorry for leaving you." She hated seeing how much he had struggled, once a happy gentle boy, now a teen who had endured so much. "Thank you for protecting your family." Just like that, the two cousins, the men that fought for their lives a day earlier, went back to being little boys in front of their mothers, crying out in joy and relief to have their mothers return to them. Urahara's shop. The two spent hours, crying their hearts out as their mothers comforted and reassured them that they were awake. A promise that did not last too long as they woke up that morning and spent much time and energy reconnecting with their families after so long. For Ichigo and Yuryu, it was more than they could ever ask for, and Ryukin assured them that they will return home in time. Sleeping for years, even in a stasis that retained their bodies and health from the day they went into that dead sleep, demanded some recovery time. They would be able to return home after a month of physical therapy and readjusting to the present world. Yuryu went home, happier than he had been in years. Ichigo had some more work to do, and felt ready for anything. "All right." Urahara started as he and Tessai opened his Senkamen. Seeing as Yuzu and Karen still don't have spirit bodies, they'll have to go through the spirit conversion gate. Isshin will take them through while the rest of us go with Ichigo, who I hope can use Garganta at this point. Otherwise this is just going to be harder. "I've got this, Urahara," Ichigo told him. "That being said, I would like the assist Zangetsu," he told his blade as the sword spirit merged with him to grant a finer control. "Everybody ready?" he asked, his voice becoming slightly warped. He saw the many nods of approval as Tessai opened the Senkamen and Ichigo ripped open a portal through dimensions. All at once, everyone dove into their respective pathways into Soul Society. West Rukon, 1st District. The gateway ended in the same place it began when his son and his friends traveled to Soul Society. A place that has not seen change aside from the faces for the past few decades he was living as a human. In his arms, he carried his two precious daughters as he flash-stepped all the way through the Bankai. He gently set them down as they tried to recover from the sudden acceleration and stop. "Welcome, girls," he said with a nostalgic grin. "To Soul Society." He couldn't deny that it felt good to be back at his old home. The rustic familiarity of the Rukon districts, the mix of medieval and advanced technology, but there was one thing wrong. This place SCKS. Karen said bluntly. Isshin couldn't argue against it either. The modern living world was better than Soul Society. He already missed the modern conveniences of the other world. Karen. That's not very nice. Yuzu scolded. Sure, this place seems like a downgrade, but I bet there's no fighting and everyone's happy. I don't want to say this, Yuzu, but the only thing better for everyone here is that it's cleaner. Isshin said, losing his earlier cheer. Best case scenario is to become a Shinigami, which you two are guaranteed to have the potential for. Well, look who finally decided to show up. They heard a brash voice yell out. The three Kurosaki members turned to see Kakaku Shiba, Ganju, and their retainers, along with the emerging residents of that district. I haven't seen you in decades, Isshin. Kakaku said, walking up to her uncle with a big smirk on her face. It's good to see you too, Kakaku. He was saying with a smile before Kakaku glared at him and threw a furious punch right into his face. Yuzu and Karen watched as their newly met cousin sent their dad flying with one of the meanest punches they've ever seen in their lives. That's for letting us think you were dead, you JRK. She roared at the man as he cowered in front of the raging woman. Sheesh, all that time worrying about him and he's off making a family. She muttered to herself before noticing the two sisters, trembling at the fury of the Shiba matriarch. And you two must be Yuzu and Karen. She said, adopting a more gentle smile before dropping to their eye level. Ichigo told me about you too. She gave them a warm welcoming smile as she patted their shoulders. Nice to finally meet you too. I'm always glad to see new family. Name's Kakaku Shiba. Then why did you punch Goat Chin? Karen asked, as the two main attendants went to the aid of the once-lost branch head of the clan. I said new family. Kakaku told her. I've known that lazy bum of an uncle for decades. She missed the surprised look of the twins at the bizarre notion of their hyperactive father ever being lazy. Speaking of which, sounds like raising a family finally kicked your butt in gear. You better not be treating these guys like you did your old division. How rude, Kakaku. He said, in an over-exaggerated manner. I'm a father and a clinic doctor. I can't afford to be lazy. You better not be. She turned back to the twins. Sorry about that. I'm used to having to knock a few heads around to keep things running smoothly around here. She apologized to the two. Why don't we all head back to the manor and get acquainted? I know I have some things to discuss with your brother. Speaking of which, where is that strawberry? She asked as they looked around. Don't know, Kakakune. Karen said, already taking a liking to the clan head. They did take another way here. I'm sure Oniai-chan and the others are all right. Yuzu said optimistically. Somewhere in Siriidii. I'm not sure which is sadder. Ichigo said as he and the rest of the formerly exiled Soul Reapers were held at sword point by dozens of Onmitsukido ninjas, ready to execute them. That fact that this happened or that I expected it to happen. Most of the wizards kept their calm. Hiyori was about to rage until Hachijin put her in a Kido barrier everyone called the time-out corner. Kisuk was Kisuk, and Tessai was ready for a quick getaway. Yoruichi left them to get the one person that could stop this from escalating. Well, you're early. They heard someone say from above. They all looked up to see Soifan next to Yoruichi, standing on a building. But I think you should have used a Senkaman. Nice to see you too, Soifan. Urahara called out lazily. The years have been kind to you, I see. Ichigo could see Soifan eye twitch before Yoruichi put a calming hand on her shoulder. She sighed out in resignation and Ichigo began to think he might have an ally when it comes to getting payback on the annoying mad scientist. By order of the acting leader of Soul Society, Captain Commander Yamamoto, you will all be escorted to the First Division to discuss the return of the previously MIA captains and lieutenants. She decreed as the ninjas sheathed their blades and relaxed before vanishing from sight. You all remember the way I take it? Without waiting for any reply, she herself disappeared. She really doesn't like you, does she? Ichigo asked Kisuke as the group began to head toward the First Division barracks. When I was first brought up to be promoted to captaincy, she protested on the grounds that I was lazy and incompetent at my own job in the detention corps. Urahara explained. She then stalked me for a while to dig up any dirt she could. Not only did Yoruichi dismiss all of her evidence, she thought Soifon had a crush on me. Soifon hates how much undeserved faith Yoruichi had in me and probably blames me for her self-imposed exile when Tessai and I were arrested. He spoke the last part with an odd seriousness that Ichigo had only seen when he said anything to do with the darker parts of his past. Only for him to whip out his fan and hold it in front of his face. But it's okay. I'll be sure to apologize to her for developing a crush on me. He said with a chuckle, only for Soifon to appear out of nowhere, with the most set-off expression Ichigo had ever seen on anyone, and slam her foot into his face so hard that there was a shockwave that sent the blonde man flying through the walls. I never had a crush on you, you lazy, good-for-nothing, lunatic. She roared with venom dripping from her tone. The entire group was watching with their eyes bulging out in shock and terror at the petite ninja. Yeah, he deserved that. Shinji said as everyone else dismissed him for his idiocy. Except for Hiyori who was cheering Soifon on. Hey Soifon. Ichigo called out to her. You mind sending someone to the West Rukon? My dad is there visiting family. She regarded him for a second before nodding to someone and there was a flash of movement. Thanks. Captain's Assembly. It was a time of happiness for most of the assembled captains, allies long thought lost returned. Kairaku attempted to hug his former lieutenant only to be met with a foot to the face and an actually happy greeting from Lisa. The rest of the former captains and lieutenants were happy to meet each other once again, until they had to put Hiyori back into the Kido box when Mayuri dismissed the annoying monkey boy and trying to get Ichigo to agree being subjected to series of experiments, both out of natural curiosity and to forget that he and Urahara were in the same room again. Isshin was showering praise on his former third seat. I was right to trust the future of the squad to you Toshiro. Isshin said to the blushing captain as Isshin held him up like he used to many years ago. Please put me down Captain Shiba. The young captain asked, still having respect for his predecessor, despite his waning patience. Enough. Yamamoto called out, slamming his cane on the ground and forcing everyone's attention on him. First off, thank you all for gathering here once again. I apologize for the actions of 100 years ago, and hold myself as personally responsible. The fault's mine Yamamoto. Shinji spoke up. I made Aizen my lieutenant because I never trusted him and I never recognized the difference between him and his illusions. But I just as quickly condemned all of you for things out of your control. Do not take my failure on your shoulders. The old commander said, the weight of another mistake weighing on his shoulders. Before we continue, it's safe to assume you know everything. And already began setting up a defensive measure. Kisuke said happily. Mayuri, did Chad and Yuryu place all those tags like I asked them to? Yes, though I don't know why you made over 1 billion Kido seal tags meant to seal away Quincy's all over Soul Society. Mayuri said, not privy to Ichigo and Yama's conversation from earlier. Simple. Urahara said, turning serious as he pulled out a detonator switch. The Vandenrake watches from the shadows. He said before pushing the button. A thunderous crack shook the entirety of Soul Society as the brightest light consumed the realm. Silburn. The Emperor and his most elite guard were watching the meeting of their hated enemies, dismissing the gathering as a small roadblock they would inevitably be ready for. That was before the two scientists revealed a ploy they were not ready for. The Vandenrake watches from the shadows. Urahara said before pushing the button. Suddenly, their shadowy kingdom was engulfed in blinding light that lasted for what seemed like hours. When their sight returned, they could no longer find any connection to Soul Society. What happened? Yawatch roared. His minions scrambled about to try to find any answer, coming to only one conclusion. They were locked out of Soul Society and in a separate space. Captain's meeting. And that should buy us a few years. Urahara said after sight returned to everyone and people calmed down. Plenty of time to deal with Aizen before we have to worry about the Vandenrake. Very good. Yamamoto said approvingly, trusting one of the smartest men he's ever met. Maybe they'll strengthen it in time after the whole Aizen thing ends. For those of you unaware, Ichigo's reason for meeting with me was to warn us about the return of the Quincy King Yawatch. When he returns, all life and creation will be at risk. Fortunately we have a few more years to wait before they can attempt anything. Till then, we deal with Aizen. There were unanimous nods of agreement and a bloodthirsty grin from Kenpachi. With the Central 46 dead and a war looming over our heads, I am issuing martial law and assume full authority over Soul Society. With that authority, I offer the captain positions of squads 3, 5, and 9 back to captains Otoribashi, Hirako, and Muguruma with double pay for the next century should they accept it. That sounds like a good deal. Kensei said, musing about how to keep Mashiro out of his money stash. Yay! Back to Kensei's official lieutenant. Mashiro cheered. Squad 9 still has a lieutenant. Toshiro said bluntly. Super Lieutenant Mashiro is back in action. Not that it affected Mashiro's mood in the slightest. You're really good with kids, Kensei. Yukitake said, chuckling slightly. Shut up, Jushiro. The wizard grumbled. Hey, Captain Hirako. Toshiro called out to the reinstated captain. There's something I should warn you about. What, kiddo? Shinji asked, irking the white-haired captain almost immediately. It's about your new Lieutenant Momo Hinamori. She practically worshipped Aizen and reacted, less than well with his betrayal. He said, talking cautiously about his friend's infatuation. And now she's catatonic and refusing reality with every fiber of her being, just praying that Aizen will come back to his senses. Shinji asked bluntly. Hitsugaya nodded. That's not my problem. She's a lieutenant, she has a job I expect her to perform. If she can't, I'll find someone that will. I'm her captain first before anything else. If you're her friend, then you help her out. He said bluntly, shocking some people, but most acknowledged the harsh lesson. She's a lieutenant class. Soul Reaper, she has to be a tough girl and should learn to stand on her own. Toshiro glared at the man, but understood him on some level. He reacted in a similar manner when she was distraught over Aizen's fake death. Tensai and Hachijin may return to their command positions within the Kido Corps. Yamamoto continued, with a nod of acceptance from the two spell masters. And in light of certain revelations from the Quincy, Yuryu Ishida, Urahara is given back his old position as captain of Squad 12. Mayuri looked like someone punched him in the stomach while Urahara laughed. Nice to be back, Lieutenant Mayuri. He said, making the mad scientist glare at him. Absolutely not. Mayuri yelled out in defiance. I refuse to go back to being your underling. And what revelations? For starters, I ordered you to stay away from Ichigo while he was recovering, but you repeatedly made trips to his room. Yama started. Mayuri tried to say something when the old man continued. The numerous times you arranged for the deaths of hundreds of Quincy that were under our protection, with much of that research now being practically outdated considering how your fight with Yuryu went. The complaints made by several of your squad that you used them as bombs when the only person that was killed on sight was still Ichigo Kurosaki, whom you were not even close to. Finally, you are a completely immoral SDST that was only made captain of Squad 12 because you were the smartest man at the time. Every day I weighed the options of putting you back in the maggot's nest and letting you rot. That did not deter Mayuri, who continued to protest while trying to defend his decisions. Ichigo, you can spare an arm, right? Urahara asked while the argument continued. Ichigo nodded and presented his right arm. Kisuke pulled out a glass tube big enough for Ichigo to fit his arm into and was sealed within, cutting off Ichigo's arm at the elbow. As Ichigo yelled out in pain, catching everyone's attention, Urahara tossed Ichigo's preserved severed arm to his new lieutenant. Here's an arm. Go play. You expect me to be content. With. Mayuri growled before Ichigo's arm regrew from the stump at his elbow from a flare of black racier. Amazing. Ichigo is a one-of-a-kind hybrid with Soul Reaper, Quincy, and Hollow abilities all rolled into one. Kisuke bragged. You quit your beaching and you can have as many samples as you want. Mayuri began salivating at the veritable experimental goldmine that was Ichigo Kurosaki. He just needed to swallow his pride. I officially resign my positions in favor of becoming second in command. He said, cradling the container like a newborn baby. Not gonna lie, I'm surprised that worked. Urahara said, shocked that Mayuri accepted so easily. Don't think you can bribe me, Baldy. Hiyori said, freed from her Kido prison. I'm not sticking around here. Then I leave my shop to you, Hiyori. Kisuke said dramatically. I set it up to be a mobile command center for the Shinigami in the living world. Hiyori simply shrugged, still hating the idea but wanting to help what friends she had. May we continue? Yamamoto growled, making everyone snap back to attention. Good. Now, in light of the coming war, we will need more soldiers, order and swifter action to be taken in the world of the living. Therefore, I am creating 2 new squads. Squad 14 will be the Rukon force, keeping order in the districts and searching for individuals with the ability to become Soul Reapers. Squad 15 will be the Living World unit, a squad solely for the living world since we've seemed to be unable to deal with problems there effectively. Karakura town seems to be the hotspot for this, so that's where Squad 15 will set up. I'll be the captain of Squad 14. Love volunteered. Isshin, you got a family, man. The only thing for me in that world is my precious manga. He said, melodramatically and actually crying a little. Everyone else looked at him like he was an idiot, even Urahara. You know, we could probably set something up for you. Ichigo said, making the star afro-haired man shift moods immediately. Thank you, Ichigo. Ikawa called out, hugging the hybrid and squeezing the life out of him. He finally let go after Kenpachi punched him in the face pretty hard. Don't break him. Gonna fight him later. He said as Ichigo realigned his spine. Continuing, Yamamoto said, Captains Love and Isshin, you will have to build up your squads yourselves later. For now, we need to know what we're up against. Urahara, what is the Hogyoku? Urahara suddenly shifted back to his serious mode as he explained what his creation was capable of. The Hogyoku is meant to be able to break down the boundaries between Soul Reaper and Hollow, granting one the power of the other and becoming that much stronger as a result. However, while training Ichigo, I did a few more experiments and discovered something frightening. 1. The Hogyoku was incomplete, and 2. At full power it could grant anyone their heart's desire. A cold unease came over everyone in the room. I have a suspicion that Aizen knows about the former because he may have created his own Hogyoku and wanted mine to complete it. Which is a good thing he never got it. He said, surprising everyone. But I saw Aizen tear it out of Rukia. Ichigo defended, leading Urahara to wave his finger at the boy. I suspected Aizen would know that I would put the Hogyoku in Rukia's being, but then I wondered. Would he know because it was something I would do? Put the Hogyoku into the body of someone that knew nothing about it and sacrifice that person heartlessly? Likely, so I did something I would never do unless I thought it would work. He said, pulling out a small vial that coated his arm, and performed the same ritual Aizen did with Rukia, plunging his hand into Ichigo's chest. Have someone know about the power and dangers of it, instilling the desire to hide and seal it away, making it untraceable. He pulled his hand out to reveal the same black sphere Ichigo swallowed to become a Soul Reaper. This is where I hid the Hogyoku. Swords and seals. Shiba Estate. Hours passed after that set of revelations at the captain's meeting. Yamamoto ordered the Hogyoku to be considered on par with a holy relic and sealed away immediately, which Tensai and Hachijin started working on immediately. Soifon tried to protest that Yoruichi wasn't given back her station, but those complaints died when Yoruichi herself made it clear that she'll operate on her own terms, in order to focus on training Ichigo and his friends, and made it an order for Soifon to fulfill her duties as leader of the Onmitsukido. Yamamoto then made another decree for all Shinigami to train harder, and lieutenants were required to learn Bankai as soon as possible. Kenpachi was eager to start his training by fighting Ichigo, but after a quick checkup from Unohana it was put on hold until he recovered from having the Hogyoku torn from his being. It took the combined strength of Komamura, Love, Isshin, Tensai, and Kensei, to hold him back from maiming Urahara while Mayuri slashed him with Ashizoji Jizo. Ichigo and Rukia went on that date she said he owed her, having tea together, telling stories about their pasts, and visiting the gravesite of Rukia's friends. He was in a normal shihakusho again while she wore the dress Yuryu made. Their date was coming to a close at the Shiba home where people started gathering. They found Ganju and he told them that it was a Shiba tradition to host a fireworks festival whenever someone is either born or brought into the family. He left them saying that they needed to celebrate 4 times harder because they had 4 new family members in the Kurosaki family, claiming they'll do it again when Masaki can finally join in celebrating. Almost every captain and lieutenant came to attendance. Mayuri engrossed himself with research in Ichigo's arm, Toshiro was visiting Momo in the hospital, and Tensai and Hachi were working on sealing away the Hogyoku. The divisions welcomed the returning captain surprisingly easily as they brought swift order back into the squads, and the Kido Corps sorely missed their previous leaders. What surprised people was that Byakuya and several elders of the Kachiki clan came to attend. "That's something I never thought I'd see," Rukia said, seeing her clan's leaders come to the party. "They don't socialize much?" Ichigo asked, seeing Byakuya nod at him before going to Kakaku as they began talking. "From what I heard," the duo heard from behind them, "the Kachiki clan are a stiff bunch while the Shibas are much more relaxed in their actions." They turned to see what could be described as a smaller male Yoruichi. He smiled before giving a slight bow. "I'm Yushiro Shihuin, 23rd clan head and younger brother of Yoruichi. Thank you for taking care of my sister Ichigo Kurosaki." "No problem," Ichigo said, holding out a hand to shake, which Yushiro took gratefully. "She's helped me quite a lot. I take it she's made amends with her clan." "I was always ready to forgive Wanisama," he said with a smile. "She was put back into the clan registry the second we got news of the situation." His mood then turned gloomy as tears formed in his eyes. "But I still haven't seen her. I miss her so much." "Stop crying," Yoruichi said, suddenly showing up behind her brother. "The clan head shouldn't cry." Yushiro attempted to hug his sister before she punched him on the head. "Hold yourself with more dignity, Yushiro. The other clans are here." "Why yes, Wanisama," he said, just happy to see his sister again. She then pulled him away from Ichigo and Rukia. "Come on, tell me how you've been," she said, deciding to spend some time with family as the current festivities dictated. His eyes shined and she regretted her choice. Soon Koganehiko and Shiraganehiko came by to pull Ichigo away for the ceremony, telling him he could continue his date later. He was brought to a stage where the rest of his family were waiting for him, with Yuzu and Karen in ceremonial kimonos. Yuzu's were white with autumn leaves while Karen's looked like a starry sky. "Onie-chan." Yuzu cheered when Ichigo showed up, twirling around to show off her kimono. "How do I look?" Ichigo chuckled at his little sister, seeing that even Karen couldn't help but show off as well. "You both look lovely in those." He smiled down at them as they all hugged each other. Isshin smiled in pride at his family as the finishing touches were made. "Thank you all for coming." Kakaku yelled out to the assembled guests, Soul Reapers and Rukon folk, nobles and peasants, all socializing in the light of the Shiba festivities. "It is my joy and privilege to usher in the new members of the Shiba family." She gestured to the 3 siblings as all eyes fell on them. "My cousins, Ichigo, Yuzu, and Karen Kurosaki." Everyone began clapping as Ganju and his group started shooting off fireworks, setting the sky ablaze with a rainbow of flashing lights. Now let's have fun. She yelled as most people in attendance cheered in unison. Soon everyone gave in to the merriment. Ranjaku, Isshin, and others were drinking, the nobles conversed normally amongst themselves as friends, children were playing games set up at various stalls, every now and then a single firework to light up the sky and tease the coming show. All displays that the Shiba clan was coming back and brought people together in celebration. After a couple of hours, Ichigo managed to find Rukia again and they continued with their date, finding someplace quiet to enjoy themselves. So, happy to become a Soul Reaper? Rukia asked, munching on some rice dumplings they got. You finally got to meet the rest of your family after all. Ichigo merely chuckled. The whole Shinigami bit is debatable. Ichigo admitted as they sat down. But I'm glad I found the other half of my family. He wrapped an arm around her shoulder and pulled her in. I'm also glad I met you. The NTMT action forced her blush as she prayed he wouldn't catch on. Are you blushing? She was not lucky. And no, I'm not. She tried to deny as she turned away. Yes, you are. He continued, playfully making her face him again. Now your obsession with bunnies makes sense, you're as cute as one. He said, only adding fuel to the fire. Listen, you fool. She said, trying to regain some dignity. I do not resemble them. They are the cutest little ball of fur in the whole world. She ranted before Ichigo put a pair of white bunny ears on her head. Just something he won earlier. There. A cute little snow bunny. He said, smirking in victory as steam came off of Rukia's head. She was about to yell at him when hundreds of fireworks lit up the sky, even more magnificent than when the party started. The Shibas lived up to their title of fireworks masters. Ichigo and Rukia stared in awe of the beautiful flashes. Ichigo pulled Rukia in front of him and held her securely against him. Good date? He asked, looking down at her. She smiled and pulled him in for a simple kiss. It's a start. She told him as he returned the kiss. The next day. Captain's meeting. The parties ended and work began in earnest for the returning Soul Reapers. Lisa decided to join Isshin's new squad to manage things at the Urahara Shoten that Hiyori would soon take over as the main base for Squad 15, Hiyori would handle the technical stuff while Lisa would keep the things in order for Isshin. Urahara and Mayuri began the process to turn Yuzu and Karen into Soul Reapers while Yamamoto and Isshin discussed their attendance at Shino Academy. Rose, Shinji, and Kensei didn't miss a beat when they returned to their divisions, except for a minor hiccup with Mashiro insisting she was Kensei's lieutenant that almost erupted into a fight before he gave her a badge that said, First Light, while Hisagi got, Second Light. Toshiro continued to visit Momo, trying his hardest to help her recover from the shock of her idol betraying her. Everything was going as normal, until Rose found something in his room at his barracks. Something that demanded everyone's attention. That leads to now, Ichigo entering the meeting room of the First Division. Hey Toshiro. Ichigo greeted the small captain. What's this meeting about? Apparently Captain Odoribashi found something in his office. Hitsugaya explained as the rest of the captains came in. Something Jin left behind. Which is shocking because he's not someone that would leave a trail. So it's something intentional. Soifon chimed in. Mine and Urahara's squads found nothing out of the ordinary with it, then the head captain called this meeting. That was when Genryusai called the meeting to order. Now, I've called you all here because of a discovery that was made earlier this morning. The ancient man explained before nodding to Rose. This morning, I discovered a Kido barrier hiding this in my office. He said, opening the letter to read for everyone. It's from Jin Ikamaru. Most of the captains tensed at that statement. If you are reading this, I've already betrayed Soul Society and left to follow Sosuke Aizen in his quest. Aizen's intentions are to create for himself an army of hollows with the powers of Shinigami, retrieve an experiment of Urahara's to further his goals, and to create a key to the realm of the Soul King. I've joined him, not to help him, but to kill him. Everything I've done, was to get into a position to finally kill him. My reasons for this is simple: revenge. Aizen hurt one of the few people I've ever truly cared for, and I've sworn to kill him. No matter the cost. I do not write this to justify my actions, but to prepare a backup plan should I fail. Aizen has performed many experiments over the centuries of his life. The results of which has led to the holification incident 100 years ago, experimental hollows that killed Lieutenant Kaiin Shiba and wounded Captain Isshin Shiba. The latter led to a union that brought about what is possibly his biggest unintentional success, Ichigo Kurosaki. The only hybrid being of Quincy, Soul Reaper, and Hollow. If you found this before the war Aizen is planning, then I urge you, train Ichigo Kurosaki. Make him grow to the peak of what powers he is capable of. If I ultimately fail and die, he is your best hope in stopping him. I'll try to find some way to assist in any way I can. I've little reason to believe I'll survive through this, and even if I do, then I'll be rotting in the maggot's nest for the rest of my life. But if it kills Aizen, I don't care. Sincerely, the former captain of Squad 3, Jin Ikimaru. DMN. Love said. That's heavy. And mostly unnecessary. Yamamoto said. I was already planning on having Ichigo train for this coming war with the Quincy, but hearing that Aizen seeks to create an Okan is troubling. Okan? Ichigo asked. Is that what'll let him into the royal realm? The location of the Okan, the king's key, is only known by the captain commander of the court guard squads and is passed by word of mouth only. The old dragon explained. To hear that Aizen may have found a way to create one is most troubling. I want his search history. Find out what he's planning to do. Urahara. Understood, Commander. The eccentric man said in an odd moment of seriousness. With that, Yamamoto called the meeting to a close and everyone began to leave. Where are you going, Ichigo? He asked as the hybrid began to leave. I'm heading for squad, going to see if I can fight Kenpachi yet. He said, gaining a look from everyone in the room. Fighting him will be the best conditioning I can get, won't it? Many thought he was crazy, but everyone knew that he was right and probably had a death wish. Ichigo, Rose spoke up, there's more to the letter. Mainly for you. Squad 14's temporary base. West Rukon 1st District. Love Akawa was going over mountains of paperwork. Applicants to join, construction costs, budget reports, it was a nightmare. Thankfully he had some decent help when Lisa offered a hand before returning to the living world. But for what he was supposed to do, and what he was planning, he was going to need more time and help. The decision to create a Rukon patrol did not sit well with some groups. The 1st District of West Rukon was the only group willing to listen and allow him to set up base there. Luckily, his most current interview offered a helping hand in a big way. Your brother was a good man. Love said to the man in front of him. Now what do you believe you can offer to the Rukon squad, Ganju Shiba? Ganju had his friends with him, dedicating himself to honor his brother's memory by doing some good as a Shinigami. I've got the trust of people all over the Rukon districts and I know these districts. He told the returning captain. I could help promote the presence of Soul Reapers in the Rukon districts, get reliable people to help with various odd jobs that you'll need done, which will help the people of the Rukon as much as the division. I only ask one thing. This caught Love's attention as he focused more intently on the thug. Many people still want to reunite with lost family members when they come from the world of the living. I want to use the manpower you eventually gain to help these scattered families. Ganju said with all the professional seriousness he could hope to muster. Love continued a focused stare on him before cracking up. Ahahaha. He started crying out. Oh man. This is just rich. Ganju blushed, feeling embarrassed that this man was stomping on all the effort he put into making this interview. You're like a side character trying to make an impact in a manga. Love just kept laughing. This is too good. I love it. After he finally calmed down and caught his breath did he regard Ganju again. Oh, I needed a good laugh. Thank you. In all seriousness though, I was already trying to figure out a way to do just what you asked. So when I finally have a squad that can do that, you can be in charge of those efforts. He extended a hand to the Shiba man. Welcome to Squad 14. Ganju smiled in relief and clapped the captain's hand. Happy to be here. He responded with a confident smirk. Let's get you guys situated. He said before calling out. Hey, Shusuke. Makoto. Two men appeared, the former looking rather unkempt with messy blue hair while the latter had slicked back red hair with purple-rimmed glasses. My lieutenant and third seat, Shusuke Amagai and Makoto Kibun. These guys will help you all settle in. He said with a smile. Yes sir. They both nodded to their captain while Amagai issued them to follow him. Ganju was about to join when Love grabbed him. Keep an eye on them. Love whispered, not a single hint of humor in his tone. Makoto's got an ego and there's something about Amagai I don't trust. He explained, surprising Ganju. Now laugh when I do. He pulled away. And Shinji didn't even know what V-Club meant when he called us that. Ahahaha. He laughed heavily as Ganju started laughing with him. Thank you. I needed that. Ganju said, nodding at his new captain's orders. Glad to help. Love said, getting back to his paperwork. Squad 10, Ranjaku Matsumoto. Ranjaku took a deep breath and reflected on the events of the day, as things started to settle down. Toshiro almost got a response from Momo before she returned to her catatonic state. Several other Soul Reapers were offering their assistance to Captain Love and others were applying for her old captain's new division. She was glad to find out he was alive and the party yesterday served as a good distraction. All the hustle and bustle left her to her thoughts, that one of her oldest friends was a traitor and she couldn't stop it. Hello. She heard suddenly, making her jump in surprise. Ranjaku. She turned to see her former captain's son. Oh, you're Ichigo. She said, meeting the hybrid for the first time in her life. I was at the party yesterday. You Shiba folk really know how to have fun. Her mood got better when she saw what he had with him. Are those dried persimmons? She said, pointing at the small bag in his hand. Yeah. Ichigo responded, pulling out one of the shriveled fruits while handing her the bag. I heard you liked them. Took forever to get my hands on these considering I had no money. He took a bite of dried fruit, letting the sweet taste dance on his tongue. Thank you for the gift. She said, flashing a teasing smile. How about I return the favor? She traced a finger around her cleavage, making Ichigo stutter in embarrassment at her shameless flirting before she pulled out a bottle of liquor. Come on. You gotta have a fun side to you. You're Captain Isshin's son after all. And she somehow got Ichigo to start drinking with her. After a few cups between them, mostly her, she asked something that was bugging her. So, what made you want to talk to me? She asked, slurred after drinking most of the first bottle and half of the second one, while Ichigo was on a third cup. Well. Ichigo started, thinking back to the rest of Jin's letter. Hey Ichigo, if you're reading this, do me a favor. Look after Ranjaku for me. She's been like a sister to me. Could have been more, but I distanced myself to focus on my mission. I've been watching you a long time, you're the only one I trust with this. Keep it a secret though, she shouldn't cry over an but like me. Dad said you seemed depressed yesterday. Like you needed a friend. She looked at him with calm, focused eyes that belied how much she was drinking. I really don't like seeing anyone sad, not when I could help. He looked at her to see her giving him teary, puppy eyes. He was immediately on edge after that. You are such a sweetie. She cried out, hugging Ichigo into her chest and cutting off his air supply. You are so much better than that JRK Jin. Always running off, never telling me where he went. She ranted while Ichigo was struggling for breath. She also felt something in his coat pockets. She pulled him away, Ichigo started gasping for air, and finally got a good look at him. A gentleman and a hottie. How about I give you a little something for being so nice? Ranjaku, are you drunk? Ichigo asked as she leaned in, liking her lips. Maybe. She said before she pounced on him. Squad 4 Barracks. It was the next morning and Ichigo was nursing a minor hangover. Hoping to find some relief, he went to the medical facility of the 4th Division, mainly to find what his current condition was, but he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Unohana was currently applying a special kido to him in an effort to relieve his pain. I first developed this spell to help Kairaku after he drank too much. Unohana said, lecturing the teen. After a couple times, I worked out all the KNKS and let him suffer for his own poor judgment. I expected better out of you, young man. Sorry, Captain Unohana. He groaned, still feeling a dull throb in his head. I shouldn't be testing my limits my first time drinking. I believe your friend said he was underage. What do you think your father would say about this? She asked, believing fatherhood taught Isshin some responsibility. Since I was drinking with Ranjaku, he'd congratulate me on his, he trailed off as he mentally counted, 5th daughter. Though when he finds out I'm dating Rukia as well, he'll demand I start making him grandchildren. Unohana felt herself sweat drop that Isshin has changed, but not for the better. I see. She said, finishing up her treatment of the boy. Well, try not to drink too much if you can't avoid it. She said, looking over his chart again. In other news, you seem well enough to fight again. She grabbed Ichigo as he shot up and prepared to bolt. Head for Sokayaku Hill. We want to contain the damage. She let go and he disappeared in a burst of speed. Better send word to the others. She said before hell butterflies flew toward the Kido Corps base and the barracks of Squad 1 and Urahara, Tensai, and Hachijin were preparing something special. Sokayaku Hill. The second Ichigo told Kenpachi that Unohana gave him the clear to fight and where it had to be, he bolted as fast as he could, managing to beat Ichigo's flash step by a single second. Now they stood there, each one eagerly anticipating their next fight, waiting for the moment to strike. Yachiru jumped off to the sidelines the second Kenpachi stopped, waiting for the two to clash. Suddenly they charged at each other and slammed their blades together, creating a massive gust. Then the 3 Kido masters that Unohana contacted earlier dropped from the sky and began conjuring a barrier. You wanted to use sparring with Captain Zaraki as your conditioning, then you may. Genryusai said as he and Unohana made themselves known to the 2 fighters. Within this barrier that Captains Urahara, Tensai, and Lieutenant Hachijin created, your wounds will heal indefinitely. A way to even the battleground between the 2 of you. A battle of attrition, ending only when one of you finally exhaust yourself. The barrier finally sealed the 2 in and they tested Yamamoto's words with Kenpachi slashing his hand. True to the ancient commander's word, it was healed instantly. Kenpachi gave Ichigo a feral grin as the hybrid covered himself in his hollow armor and wings of flaring rapier as he created his field of blades. The barrier muffled the sounds, but their clashing could still be heard into the Rukon districts. Naruki City, Skyushin headquarters. Chad took the chance and called the number on the card he was given. After following a set of instructions given to him when he called, he finally got the location of the group called Skyushin. They said that they could help him grow stronger, that was all that mattered to him now. If something went wrong, he knew Ichigo would knock some sense into him. He entered an apartment that looked like a classy bar with an old bartender wearing a leather strap over his right eye, a man with combed back hair and an X-shaped pendant, a girl around his age with twin pigtails in her magenta hair, a dark-skinned woman with knee-length boots, a blonde boy with dark clothes, and a man with wavy hair and a scar along his left eye. Welcome, Yasutora Sado, to our Skyushin. The man with the pendant said. I'm Kugo Jinjo. He pointed to the others in the room. The man behind the bar is Juriko Katsuzawa, the pigtailed girl, Raruka Dokugamine, the woman with the boots, Jackie Tristan, the blonde boy, Yukio Hans Voroberna, and finally the scarred man, Shikuro Tsukishima. We are people with the same powers as you. The power known as Fullbring. Kugo explained as Chad walked further into the room, scanning the occupants and staying on guard as Yoruichi taught him. My power is called Fullbring? He asked, sitting across from Kugo. What is Fullbring? The man chuckled. Fullbring is the power to control the soul of objects. He said before the drink beside him began to glow. All objects have a soul, he said as the liquid inside it rose toward his mouth. Fullbringers can manipulate that soul to do various things they want. Move great distances, walk on water, fly through the air, and the ability to drink without moving any part of my body. That last one is much less impressive, isn't it? That doesn't explain my arms. Chad said, transforming his right arm. Kugo merely smirked. It actually does. A Fullbringer's signature ability comes from what they have an affinity for. The object they have a strong connection to. He explained before his necklace turned into a large claymore with an extended handle between the blade and guard. You must take great pride in your arms, Sado. They're what helps me keep my promise. He said, his mind going to his coin medallion in thought. How does one become a Fullbringer? You fought other spirit beings, correct? Kugo asked, making Chad nod in response. You recognize that our powers are closer to hollows than soul reapers, correct? Another nod. Our powers come from the hollow erasure left inside one of our parents that survived the attack then had a child. Chad thought back to his parents, remembering a weird scar on one of them. Then he remembered when his powers first manifested. My father is a Shinigami. Ichigo's voice echoing in his mind. My mother was a Quincy. They met when he was hunting a powerful hollow that she killed after being bit. That's where all my abilities come from. The rarest instance of Deus Ex BS ever. So one of the parents have to survive being attacked by a hollow? He asked for clarification. Kugo nodded, carefully scrutinizing the muscled teen. I might know someone else with a Fullbring. Ichigo Kurosaki? Kugo asked, making Chad's eyes widen. We're unsure on how to approach him. He has so much power already, but if he's willing to help us, then by all means. Bring him in. Everyone never noticed the dark grin on Tsukishima's face. Karakura Hospital, Quincy Training Hall. Yuryu ran as hard as he could away from the endless barrage of arrows his father shot at him. He said that before they could restore his powers, they had to build up his stamina and endurance. Ryukin would come at him with the intention of killing him and they would only stop when he said so. Yuryu was running for his life for days. This was to prepare for the war and his enemies would try to kill him, so he had to have the same mindset. He saw the logic, but he couldn't bring himself to come at his father with those intentions. Don't be foolish, Yuryu. Ryukin said as he continued to fire a stream of arrows at his fleeing son. The enemy is the enemy. They will kill you if you don't kill them. Yuryu got behind a barrier to catch his breath. Did you wait when you struck down those hollows? Would you have hesitated if you were permitted to kill those Shinigami? Knowing that your enemies are other Quincy, can you bring yourself to kill them when they are murdering your allies? Yoruichi will not spare Ichigo, he almost killed your mother. Yuryu thought back to that dark day his mother had her powers torn from her, years spent sleeping, taken from her family. All because of the Dmed parasite emperor that he felt no murderous intent for, it infuriated him. He hated that man, but he felt his own power refusing to harbor such thoughts. He ran out from behind his cover, forcing every ounce of rage and hate for the man that threatened existence and projected that onto his father, seeing a giant man with long dark hair and a thick mustache looking down on him like an ant. No more. Yuryu roared, throwing 4 Jinto capsules at the illusion. Feel the wrath of battle and accept this sacred chalice. Aizen. He yelled out, summoning a square prism of silver light from the Jinto. He saw his father now. Bracing against the attack, but not even affected. His vision began to blur as he felt his body give out. Grit your teeth. He heard his father say as he was shot in the chest. He collapsed, feeling the spirit arrow pierce his flesh. Pushed to the point of complete exhaustion and shot with a spirit arrow, 19 millimeters to the right of the heart. He said, walking up to his son, wincing from the collective burns from the spell. Your powers will return to you, my son. He said with a rare smile, looking down at the quincy mark on Yuryu's chest that indicated their return. Have to work on that killing instinct though. He said, picking his child up. Let's get you to bed. Sokayaku Hill, days later. Genryosai and Unohana listened to the continued clashing between Ichigo and Kenpachi as they made their way back to the battle site. When they arrived, they found a good number of Squad 12 with Mayuri directing them. There were I.V. stands dripping a glowing blue liquid into the 3 Keto masters maintaining the barrier while most of the squad members seemed to be making more, refilling the bags, and replacing them. Inside, Ichigo took on a new appearance with long wild hair, 2 long horns, and a slim body wielding a black katana while Kenpachi looked more like a demon than ever. The only clothes left on either body was their pants. Mayuri, what's happened? Unohana asked. Those Neanderthals happened. Mayuri growled, typing away at a machine and yelling at his subordinates. They just seem to grow in power as the fight goes on. Instead of which one of them will fall, it's whether the barrier can outlast them. He turned to face the 2 captains. Kenpachi just keeps getting stronger, and Ichigo is adapting to that strength. Kenny was always that strong. They heard Yachiru say as she popped up out of nowhere. Kenny is the strongest there is. Ichi is bringing that out. Soon he'll be back to his old self. She said with the brightest smile she could manage. Unohana stared at the fight in awe. Those eyes. She thought in wonder, remembering she first met the current Kenpachi when he was just a boy. The only one to ever wound her, her true successor to the name of Kenpachi. No. This was my sin to undo Ichigo. You can't take this from me. I bet Kenny will say my real name any dash, Yachiru said before her body disappeared, leaving only her clothes. Inside the barrier, Zaraki got a massive axe with a cleaver blade to replace his chipped sword. That's when a crack appeared in the barrier. Oh no. Mayuri said as the crack spread. Run. Everyone scrambled to safety, leaving only Unohana and Yamamoto to watch the chaos. Kenpachi and Ichigo swung their weapons at full force and created a windstorm from the clash, destroying the barrier and blasting the equipment away. Ichigo caught the blade and fired a Siro from his horns at Kenpachi, who powered through it to punch Ichigo in the face. Ichigo was sent flying before charging back at his opponent. He dodged a fast swing from the Berserker and sent a Getsuga Tensho at Kenpachi who returned it, slashing Ichigo across his stomach. Kenpachi tanked the attack while the wound on Ichigo bubbled and exploded into a mass of mouthed tendrils, all biting down on Kenpachi. He tore his arms free and slashed them to pieces while hundreds of dark blue and dark red spheres appeared. From each one shot millions of projectiles, spirit arrows, ballasts, and Siros, all aimed at Zaraki. He grinned and swung his axe, destroying all of them. The 2, still lost in their fight, charged at each other before Yamamoto appeared between them and punched them both in the chest. Ichigo's hollow armor shattered while a loud crunch was heard from Kenpachi. While they fell, Hachi and Tensai appeared behind the 2. Bakudo number 99. Kin. They chanted in unison, not taking many chances as the 2 fighters' arms were bound in black bands and sealed to the ground. The 2 spell masters planted their hands on the ground. Bankin. Prologue, halting raps. Cloth exploded from where their hands were. Refrain, serial 100 bolts. Hundreds of needles stabbed into the mummified fighters. Finale, fully prohibited Great Seal. Giant metal blocks dropped on their heads, only to break apart after contact. Both warriors collapsed as everyone caught their breath. I take it we're done? Ichigo asked as the 2 gasped for breath. Squad 4 barracks, later that day. The 2 of them finally came down from their adrenaline highs and they were aching. Every part of them hurt. Kenpachi even said that he was satisfied for a good while, which Ichigo guessed would last a week till he wanted to fight again. When word reached the 11th, they swarmed the hospital, singing praises about their incredible captain, being so strong without having a Shirkai, now had to be invincible now that he did. He quickly had them all thrown out for being so noisy. Sheesh. He groaned, settling back into bed with the help of Ikaku and Yumachika. You'd think they know to shut up in the hospital. You really have a loyal squad, Kenpachi. Ichigo quipped, being the only other patient in the room. Yeah, well, they're your meatheads too, Ichigo. The scarred man smirked. You're welcome to join my division at any time. He turned to Ikaku. Speaking of which, where's Yuichiro? You'd think she'd be here. Ikaku looked nervous, knowing how sad Zaraki would be when he got the news. Don't worry, Zaraki. She never left you. Ichigo said, making the third and fifth seat look at him strangely. But Captain Unohana said she disappeared right in front of her eyes. Yumachika said, before realizing he slipped and clapped his mouth shut. Yeah, but she never left Zaraki. Ichigo defended. She disappeared about the same time he got his Shirkai right. Soon the gears started turning in their heads. Kenpachi, focus on what Yuichiro looks like and push out your Ryatsu. Kenpachi focused on that and felt a weight appear on his lap. He opened his eyes to see his surrogate daughter, looking the happiest she's ever been. You finally called to me. She said, tears of joy coming from her eyes. I'm so happy. She wrapped her tiny arms around her wielder, holding him tightly. I knew you would. One day you would call out to me. Ichi and Zan kept their promise. Everyone stared at her in shock, except for Ichigo, who manifested his hollow blade. It'd actually be hard for him to break that promise, no Zarashi. Zangetsu said to the pink head. We both like fighting just as much as Zaraki. We just have more stuff to do. He patted the girl's spirit on the head, making her giggle in delight. It was fun battling you. Till next time. He faded back into Ichigo as Yuichiro turned back to Kenpachi. Guess you should make Baldy your new lieutenant. I never did the job that well anyway. She said to her wielder. Lieutenant. Ikaku spoke softly, being called Baldy didn't even register to him. It's okay. I'm just happy to be with Kenny. She smiled to Ikaku before turning back to her partner. I'll always be there when you need me. She said with a smile, kissing him on the forehead before disappearing back into his soul. So what now, Zaraki? Ichigo asked, after giving him a moment of silence. I'll handle a different goal in my life. He said, forcing himself up and powering through the aches and stiffness in his body, going out of the room. The rest of the guys looked at each other before following him. They watched him limp to Captain Unohana, giving a lecture to some of the younger members of her squad. When she saw Kenpachi, she took on her scary mode. Captain Zaraki, you really shouldn't be dash, she was saying before Kenpachi pulled her in and gave her a deep kiss. Time froze as everyone watched in shock. Unohana looked completely stunned at her successor's actions. After a while he pulled away. For the longest time of my life, you were the only person I've ever respected. He said, remembering when they first met. When she showed him the joys of fighting. I wanted to reach that point again. Find that feeling that only you gave to me that one time. I wanted to continue where we left off. Ichigo gave me the most satisfying fight I've ever known in my life, greater than when you and I first met. We still need to settle things between us, but I will never kill you. Instead, marry me and become my wife. Everyone held their breath as silence pervaded the room, all eyes on the two of them. Okay. Unohana said, still in a state of shock. Great. Kenpachi said, turning on his heel and leaving. I need to do some work rearranging things at my division. We can make plans for the wedding later. Ichigo, you're my best man. He then left, leaving a still stunned Unohana. Everyone, back to your rooms. I need to lie down a moment. Unohana said, walking away with her stunned expression. What happened between them? Ichigo asked himself, planning to ask Yamamoto later. After the inevitable meltdown, he returned to his room to find his father, Urahara, Tensai, and Yamamoto in his room. Is this because of the fight? He got unanimous nods. Alright, what now? Ichigo Kurosaki. Your powers must be sealed. Yamamoto said. I agree. At this rate, I'd never get a decent match. Ichigo said. No. You don't understand. Yamamoto said. Your powers must be sealed completely. Isshin found. Karakura High School. Ichigo wandered through the halls of his school, still reeling from the events in Soul Society and their homecoming. Before he, his dad, and his squad departed for the world of the living, Urahara and Mayuri gave a disturbing description of his current state of being. They predicted that if he returned to his body without the seal, it would be torn apart by the wild erasure running through his being. They wanted to seal his powers completely, just to be on the safe side because he still had a human life to lead. His mom was home by then, already working on dinner with Yuzu, and for the first time in years, the Kurosaki family was whole and enjoying being a family again. She started catching up to all of the years she missed by watching the videos Isshin made. Everything was fine until she found one that Isshin swore he was going to hide. Ichigo and his sisters fled when their mother became disturbingly like Unohana and demanded what that cradle-robbing hussy, Yoruichi, was teaching her baby boy. That morning she demanded to meet Ichigo's girlfriends to see if they passed the Hamam test, she called it. This is my life. Ichigo groaned, not looking forward to this entire week. I should have known better than to expect it to be easy. He looked down at the small wooden badge with a skull on his belt loop. It was given to him in case he couldn't use Kon for any reason, and they could monitor and control his Ryatsu in case things went south. He understood the reason, but he hated that he was vulnerable again. When he asked Lisa about her thoughts on the matter, she told him lieutenants shouldn't get their hands dirty with grunt work, and then left to join Hiyori at the Shoten, taking the squad with her. Ichigo. He heard a familiar yelling as Kigo ran towards him, stopping in front of the hybrid and avoiding a surprise lariat. I heard from Chad that everything's good. Kigo said, smiling happily that his friends were safe. But what changed? He asked as they headed for class, Mizuiro joining them. Well, there's finally a squad of Shinigami here to handle the dead and the hollows. He said as they walked. I can finally get back to focusing on my schoolwork. He reached his desk as his friends began congregating. Orihime wrapped her arms around him, asking for details on his time in Soul Society. Chizuru attempted to attack Ichigo before Tatsuki pulled her back and whispered in her ear, something that turned Chizuru redder than her hair with a look of contemplation. Chad looked at Ichigo with grave eyes that told Ichigo something was up. Yuryu, frighteningly enough, was the cheeriest of the group. Hello everybody. He said with a smile. What a beautiful day it is. How are you, Ichigo? He asked as everyone backed away from him. Yuryu, stop that. Ichigo ordered, still looking mentally scarred. You're scaring me. Yuryu merely chuckled. My apologies. It's just something good happened. He said, displaying his purification cross with 5 points. What was broken is now fixed. He said, manifesting a small, black, metallic bow. It was surprising for most of them, but for Ichigo, it was a miracle. Your powers were restored. He said, shocking the rest of the group. Yuryu kept grinning. Yes, my once lost powers were fully restored and I'm finally ready for the next level. He put a hand out in front of his cousin. I'll always have your back. He said with a smile. Chad put his hand in with no hesitation, followed by Orihime and Tatsuki. Ichigo smiled, and before he put his hand in, Kigo joined in. I'm just a spectator here, he said with a smile, but I'm ready in any way you need. Mizuiro put in his hand next, and finally Chizuru. They looked at him expectantly and Ichigo could only smile at his friends before putting his hand on top. "Thanks guys. This means a lot," he said as they separated and went to their seats. The day went on without much of a hitch. Sights of the new 15th Division members performing their duties came in every now and then, but overall, everything seemed normal for the teens. Chad, Orihime, and Tatsuki never realized how boring it felt after what they went through. The normalcy was relaxing after the invasion of Soul Society, but they all knew it wouldn't last. Everyone headed home, except for Chad, who dragged Ichigo away. "Ichigo, why can't I sense your power?" Chad asked his friend. He wanted to be sure of some things before bringing him anywhere near Isshin. "They got sealed," Ichigo replied. "There's enough capable Shinigami in town now that I can kick back and relax." He spoke with melancholy. "They only come undone in Soul Society or if the situation really calls for it." He held up his hand. "I can't channel or absorb Raisher with these seals on. It's a pain." Ichigo groaned. Chad knew what he had to do. Ichigo was far from helpless, even now, but with the coming wars he needed to keep up his skills. Another skill set couldn't hurt either. "You told me that your mother was attacked by a hollow, right?" the Fullbringer asked his friend. Ichigo nodded and Chad continued. "Then you can manipulate the souls of things. A soul psychokinesis ability." Ichigo raised an eyebrow. "Watch," he said, taking off his medallion and holding it in his hand. He opened his other hand as the coin glowed with a pale green light and flew to his other hand. He then pointed to his feet as a pair of green rings resonated from his feet and he disappeared in a burst of speed. "I'm told this power is called Fullbring. Manipulating the souls of objects around us to control as we desire. This is what my powers are," he explained to his friend. "Our main abilities come from an object we have an affinity for. Something we care about or we have strong emotional ties to. I'm proud of my arms because they help me help others, but I'm still testing the waters myself." "Is that so?" He pulled out his badge and thought over his life. Training with his mentors, fighting alongside his friend, reuniting with family, saving people, all off his experiences with his powers, making tendrils of Raisher similar to his come out of the seal in the form of a manji seal. "Okay then," he said, not shocked in the least. At this point, he wasn't sure what would surprise him. "How did you learn all this?" he asked after dispelling his Fullbring. "I was approached by a group called Isshin," Chad said. "They already knew about you, Ichigo." That did it. An unknown group knows about him. That surprised him. They're led by a man named Jingo Kugo. Ichigo's eyes widened. Before he left, Yukitake told him about the last human who became a Soul Reaper that disappeared almost a decade ago. The man of the same name as the leader of Isshin. Isshin Hideout, Saturday. After living a normal, peaceful, week of school, Ichigo and Chad headed for Naruki City, to where the Fullbringers hid. Masaki met with Orihime and Tatsuki about their suitability to date her son. She ended up accepting them both because together, they resembled her. She wasn't too happy about the situation, but made it a requirement that she teach them about their wifely duties. There was an awkward time when he came home and both girls were only wearing aprons. Masaki insisted that they continue the lesson until he ran away. Now he and Chad were heading for Naruki as Chad voices his distrust. Jinjo said their mission in life was to remove their powers, which can only be done by a human Soul Reaper. He said, talking about the history he was told. But according to Jishiro, he's a former substitute Soul Reaper. There goes my trust in him. Yeah, stay on guard. The hybrid told his friend, fully aware they were being watched by someone. We'll use them to strengthen ourselves and decided what to do from there. They reached the apartment as Chad opened up the door. They were greeted by Tsukishima, who wore a happy face to see the two new members. Welcome back, Sato. Hello to you, Kurosaki. he said in a calm, friendly tone. Were you followed? He asked. No, we're good. Chad said as the rest of the Fullbringers came in. Well. Ichigo Kurosaki. Jinjo said as the hybrid came into view. I take it Sato has told you the situation. The two stared at each other, studying an opponent in the possibility of a fight. Yeah. I'll help you out. Ichigo said, pulling down his shirt to reveal a chrysanthemum tattoo on his chest. The insignia of the First Division. They locked away all of my powers. Didn't even need to, they just did. Even Jinjo let out a whistle. That's why we're hiding. The former substitute said. Soul Society is cold and uncaring. We have to live in constant fear that they'll never find us. You're the only human Shinigami hybrid we've found in years. The last one tried to kill us, he said while digging out a soul pass badge similar to Ichigo's. We're that desperate to get rid of our curses. To live without fear. Ichigo scanned the room to find everyone else nodding their heads, one man feeling the strap that covered what must be a missing eye. Then we're in agreement. Ichigo said, manifesting his infant Fullbring. I'll free you of your curse of fear. You make me stronger. Everyone's eyes widened aside from Chad at Ichigo's swift development before they even started. I've been told I'm a natural when it comes to fighting. He shrugged as Jinjo grinned. Let's begin. He said, turning to Riruka and Jericho. Let's start with the fish tank. The two Fullbringers nodded as they went to the back room while a dark-skinned woman walked up to Ichigo. You and me first, kiddo. Jackie said, glaring at the young hybrid. Word of advice, you better treat this like a real fight. Because I'm not holding back. Then the other two came back with a fish tank that had eyes and a mouth like a teddy bear. This place will be your battleground. Riruka told Ichigo. You're lucky you're a hottie, otherwise this won't work. She rubs her thumb along her index finger before flicking out a small heart with the letter R on it. The heart attached itself to Ichigo's shirt. My Fullbring is called Dollhouse. Anything I like and put that pass on, I can move them freely into objects like this cute fish tank. She put her finger on the rim of the tank. I permit you. She said before Ichigo and Jackie were pulled into the fish tank. Urahara Shoten. Isshin. Wandered through the halls of the building that became the main base of operations for his squad, slowly transitioning from a simple shop and training center to a legitimate military barracks for Soul Reapers. Memories of helping his son train here filled him with nostalgia as some rooms were completely redone to house the new occupants that was his squad. The only person missing that would finish this base, was his lieutenant by his side. Speaking of which. Captain Isshin. Lisa said, finally catching up to her new captain. He turned to greet the wizard as she delivered her report. Hiyori confirms that Ichigo has made contact with Jinjo. That was fast. Does Jinjo trust him? Isshin asked. He remembered the first substitute Soul Reaper. Seemed like a good guy at first. But then again, so did Aizen. He really didn't like using Ichigo as bait, but they had little options with this. Either ignore him, or find a way to bring him in. If there was anyone he trusted to take care of himself, it was his son. He seems to be baiting Ichigo and lying about his past. Lisa responded, adjusting her glasses. Says the last substitute Shinigami they've met tried to kill them. Almost as if what Captain Yukitake said about him was completely wrong. Jinjo was always a bad liar. Isshin said as he headed for Hiyori's station in the shop. It's easier to believe his memory is being manipulated by some means. They came into a room filled with monitors displaying rows of data, images of Karakura, and lines of text, along with a few speakers. In front of it all was Hiyori, sitting in a high-back chair wearing her usual tracksuit and keeping an eye on everything. Called Dollhouse. They heard from one of the speakers. Anything I like and put that pass on, I can move them freely into objects like this cute fish tank. I permit you. Well, sounds like he's just going to get stronger. Hiyori said before an image of Urahara and Yamamoto appeared on one of the screens. You get all that? Indeed. Urahara said, his curious mind already re-evaluating what they've heard. The ability to manipulate the souls of everything around them. Even a specialty skill wholly their own. This dollhouse seems to create her own Trojan horse or a prison cell for anyone caught inside. But only subjective to her own emotions. Yamamoto said. I cannot deny Jinjo's claims about how we would have responded earlier, but as Ichigo has shown, change is upon all of us. So what now? Isshin asked the two older captains. From best to worst case scenarios, Genryusai started, we could recruit them for the war, turn a blind eye and they go about their lives, or they have to be put down. The statement hung in the air as Kisuke and Isshin silently prayed that the third choice never comes to pass. Skyushin, fish tank. The moment the two entered, Jackie activated her Fullbring, dirty boots and began attacking Ichigo. Since then Ichigo was on the defensive, evading her attacks and testing his Fullbring. He tossed his badge, he tried to cut with the rapier, he threw energy glaives from his badge that had no cutting ability. It seemed like this Fullbring was solely for defense. During this time, Jackie was taunting him for his complacency. What? Did you think you hot stuff activating your Fullbring? She yelled at him as he dodged another kick. You might have been powerful as a Soul Reaper, but you're just human right now with an ability you just got. You have to fight back or you'll never master your Fullbring. He threw more of those projectiles from his badge that she kicked to pieces with ease. My Fullbring, dirty boots, makes me stronger and faster with how dirty my boots get. While you've been running, I've grown stronger. Ichigo stood in place, looking at her with an impassive gaze, like the entire situation was under his control. Giving up. No response. I expected better. She charged at him as fast as she could go, ready to deliver a devastating kick. Too slow. She heard him say as he slipped past her attack and threw his fist into her gut, stopping her instantly. Too weak. He said as he managed to use Bringer Light to deliver swift kick to her side and sent her flying. You thought this was a challenge? I've played tag in my human body faster than this. You have no technique, just speed and power. He turned his focus on her again as his badge's Ryatsu started flaring wildly. I've been trained in all three so my body could handle the kind of power my soul could unleash. I'm not the cocky one here, you are. The Ryatsu from his badge soon cloaked his body and turned into a ragged, smoky form of Shinigami robes with a blade of swirling black energy extending from his hand. Now why don't you stop playing and give me a decent fight? At that moment his vision started to get fuzzy, Jackie was suddenly moving faster, he couldn't stop the harsh kick to his face that sent him flying. What the? She wondered as Ichigo seemed to be reacting slower to her movements. Jericho must have made it so the odds are stacked against him. But what are the conditions? Outside the fish tank. So the only real method of training a Fullbring to its max potential is to force it out in combat? Chad asked, finally getting the chance to learn more about developing a Fullbring aside from the short summary that let know how it worked. Yeah, it's a simple concept but harder than you think. Jinjo said as the other Fullbringers were doing their things. You have to draw on the soul of the object of your Fullbring more and more, like finding the strength to push yourself when you think you're at your limit. He turned his gaze to the container that held Ichigo and Jackie. Putting him in a life or death fight, at least making him think it, is sometimes the best method. Over by the bar, Jericho checked his pocket watch. And it's only going to get harder for the poor boy. Everyone turned their gazes to him as he explained. For Sato's sake, I should explain. My ability is, time tells no lies. With it, I can set timers with set conditions within those time frames. The contract in the fish tank is thus, after 15 minutes if neither of them calls off the training, then Jackie will move through accelerated time while Ichigo will go through decelerated time. Jackie will be faster, and Ichigo will be slower. It's for the best. Tsukishima said. Always fighting and training in his soul body is not the same as fighting in one of flesh and blood. They knew Ichigo had spent years training his spiritual powers, but they thought he only trained in his soul body. He's only trained in his soul body twice. Chad said, making all eyes turn to him now. I only know as far back as middle school, but he spent years training to his limits in his physical body. Their eyes widened in shock. I thought you knew. When did you start watching him? Shortly after he became a soul reaper. Jingo breathed out before hurrying over to the fish tank, which was shaking violently. Just as he reached it, it exploded. Everyone was shaken as they waited for the dust to settle down. The first thing they saw was a beaten and bruised Jackie, cradled in the arms of Ichigo, now clad in a white armor covering most of his body with his badge becoming the guard of a short blade in his hands. A good portion of the armor was cracked and he had some burns on his form. I exploded, he said, letting Jingo know that he was referring to when he completed his Fullbring. Something that shouldn't have been possible, as anyone would have been torn apart by the power release unless another Fullbringer was there to control the output. The scariest part was, Jackie didn't seem to have helped him at all. It hurt, Ichigo said as he handed Jackie to Chad. Now we can end this charade, Tsukishima said, turning his bookmark into a katana and slashing the other Fullbringers as he moved towards Ichigo with all possible speed. Which, for any student of the Flash Goddess, was not fast enough. Ichigo watched as Tsukishima got behind him and waited till the last second to deflect the man's sword, taking his attention away from the other Fullbringers. He caught Tsukishima in a blade lock as Jingo got back up from the attack. Thanks for that, he said before aiming to impale Ichigo. He moved for Ichigo's back before a clawed white hand caught his claymore blade. Hello. A warped voice sang out as Zangetsu materialized from behind Ichigo, staring the former substitute in the eyes. He was in the same lean, horned, form from when Ichigo fought Kenpachi. That wasn't nice. Or smart, he said before punching the backstabbing Fullbringer out of the apartment. Kogo, Tsukishima cried out, giving Ichigo the window to sucker punch the guy and follow Jingo out of the small space. The other Fullbringers soon followed. Ichigo and Jingo were standing across from each other in the air, staring down their opponent. I thought you said your powers were sealed, Jingo yelled out furiously. Tsukishima could keep the plan a secret, so he altered the memories of every Skyushin member to get Ichigo to drop his guard. You showed me your seal. Yeah. One of them, Ichigo said. I can't use those powers, but my Zanpakuto spirit could. The others, sans Chad and Jackie, came up behind before a storm of spirit arrows flashed in front of them. They're talking. Don't be rude, Yoruichi said from his vantage point on the roof of the apartment. Backup's coming, Ichigo. You're really going to do this? Jingo asked the orange-haired hybrid. You're going to condemn us all? If Soul Society finds out about us, we're all dead. That badge is a tracker and a Ryatsu controller. If you step out of line, they'll render you helpless and kill you. They'll betray you just like they did me. The first substitute Soul Reaper. The two continued to glare at each other before Ichigo spoke up. First off, Jingo, I only said that they sealed my powers. If they didn't, my human body would have been destroyed by my Ryatsu. They didn't have to seal all of them, but they did. You wouldn't come out of hiding otherwise, he said, dispelling his Fullbring, Zangetsu still protecting his partner. I'd still need a seal, but that's a rule regarding my rank. He pulled down his shirt to reveal two more flower seals, the Yarrow of Squad 11 and one that looks like a red spider lily. Speaking of, Hiyori, he asked, speaking into his badge. Conditions are met for level 1 and 2 seal release, Hiyori said from the comm link. Have fun, Baldy. Always with that stupid name. Ichigo groaned as they were getting surrounded by Soul Reapers. But whatever, I've been aching to do this. He placed his hand on his chest as the yarrow and higginbana flowers glowed. Limit, release. He said, bringing the badge to his chest as the seals faded. He exited his body and his rapier flared explosively. Some of the braver Shinigami recovered Ichigo's body and began bringing it to safety. Soon his Ryatsu began to settle and reveal Ichigo with black bands on his arms, ankles, and neck, and a badge on his left arm with the Kanji 15 and the Higanbana insignia underneath it. Squad 15 Lieutenant, Ichigo Kurosaki. He said, leveling a glare at Jingo. And you're under arrest. Ichigo's first mission. Flashback 1 week, Soul Society, Squad 4 Barracks. Ichigo stared at the three captains before him in shock. He'd understand restraining his power somewhat because it was as wild as Zaraki's, but completely sealing it off. Were they shutting him out of the fight? He spent his entire life training just for the war against Yoruichi, they can't just take that away. That was when Tensai pulled out a monitor and Urahara held up a pointer. You see Ichigo, he started as an image of a human body doing various exercises came up, you're already aware of the relationship of spiritual energy and physical limits. So I'll keep this brief. He began pointing at the diagram. The spirit grows from desires, such as, to survive, while the body grows from physical work. The diagram changed to a regular figure and one with flaring Ryatsu. The body serves as a container for spiritual power and grows in tandem to the spirit as both grow. Because you've trained your body so hard, you were able to release a greater amount of your Ryatsu and match several lieutenants that would normally have the advantage. Your physical body was able to contain the power. The diagram changed again to include a figure with Ryatsu that was like an inferno going into a normal body. However, after training with Zaraki like that, your Ryatsu is now going to shoot your control to hell, yet again. Like picking up a single grain of sand with a backhoe, or killing an ant with a howitzer. He pointed at the diagram. Now compare your Ryatsu to water and your physical body to a balloon. What happens when you put too much water in? He played the diagram and the figure with Ryatsu exploded. Ichigo winced at the thought of that happening to him. And so, we're back to square one with your Ryatsu control. Just when we finally taught you finesse. Except from now on. Commander Yamamoto will be training you. Isshin told his son. I see. Ichigo said as he bowed before the ancient captain. I look forward to your lesson, sensei. Yamamoto let out a snort of nostalgia, hearing a new student calling him sensei for the first time in centuries. So for now, let's apply the first two seals. Ichigo, take off your shirt. Urahara said as Isshin and Yamamoto raised a calligraphy brush with glowing white ink. Ichigo removed his shirt and stood still as the two captains drew their squad's insignias. After a brief flash of light, Ichigo felt much weaker, but not powerless. More like, when he invaded Soul Society, but saving Rukia. And that should allow you to continue on with your life while serving your station. My station? Ichigo asked, seeing his dad pull out a wooden lieutenant's badge with the number 15 and a Higanbana insignia, before handing it to him. Welcome to Squad 15, Lieutenant Kurosaki. His dad said with a grin. Ichigo looked at the badge with a sense of pride before remembering something. Wait, you said you had to completely seal my powers. Ichigo pointed out. Why if this is enough for me to do my duties? Because there's someone we want you find. A sickly tired voice said from behind the hybrid. The first human to gain Shinigami powers, Kugo Jinjo. Jushiro Yukitake walked into the room. He was the reason why it's a crime for a Soul Reaper to give a human their powers. Jinjo got his powers from a Soul Reaper and proved helpful to our cause as a substitute Soul Reaper. However, it was soon discovered that he killed many other Soul Reapers to steal their powers as well. We didn't start monitoring him with these until after we discovered Shinigami began to disappear. He said, holding up a small wooden amulet with a skull engraving. His greed for power made him a murderer, and when he found out we were watching him, he fled as fast as he could. According to the bug I planted on Chad, Jinjo has already met with him. Urahara said. And they know of you, Ichigo. Hence why we need to seal your powers completely. To let him think you foster hate towards Soul Society and possibly even join him. Your first mission, Lieutenant Kurosaki, is to bring in Kujo Jinjo. Yamamoto said. We'll use the Squad 11 seal since Zaraki considers you a part of his squad. He said while they repeated the ritual. Present day, Naruki City, above Skyushin headquarters. Ichigo floated in the air, across from the power stealer that set the precedent of Soul Reaper powers to humans. Jinjo looked at Ichigo with disgust, embarrassed that he ever had hope for the hybrid. The other Fullbringers looked scared, worried about how they'll escape, though Jericho looked at his pocket watch. He had to play this to his advantage. And I thought I was a real villain. He said, keeping Ichigo's focus on him. You brought all these Shinigami here and you said you weren't followed. You said you'd help free us from our fear. And here we are, surrounded and betrayed, waiting for your execution order. I never lied once since I met you. Ichigo pointed out. I never said we weren't followed, Chad did. I said I would free you of your curse of fear, and I am. He grabbed his blade and changed it to his massive cleaver, now in the form of a trench knife with a length of chain at the hilt's base. The Fullbringers are of no concern to Soul Society. He said, making all the Fullbringers present react in shock. At the moment, they have not done anything to threaten innocent souls and seem to only threaten other Fullbringers and Soul Reapers, but you're the only one that's killed any. They are not accessories to your crimes. Cut the crap. Jinjo growled. Soul Society would never do that. The old Soul Society wouldn't, Ichigo agreed, but the threat of a looming war encourages change and development in order to prepare. Yuryu and the Fullbringers. Is that true? Ruruka asked as they were brought before the Quincy. Soul Society won't come after us. She was hopeful, while most of the other Fullbringers were held at sword point by the various Soul Reapers around them. Yukio and Jericho were separated from their respective Fullbrings after a quick observation from Yuryu made him guess what they were. There are 2 wars coming for Soul Society that will threaten the worlds of the living and the dead. Both are considered enough of a threat that Soul Society is willing to change thousands of years of laws and customs. Yuryu explained while a couple of Shinigami helped Chad and Jackie up on the building. 3rd CD Shida. These 2 are injured. One of the Soul Reapers said. What should we do? Heal them both, Yuryu quickly commanded, that man is going to be our squad's 4th seat soldier. They nodded at their orders and began applying healing Kido. So yeah, you're only being held captive because we don't want you getting involved. That Tsukishima guy managed to slip through, but we'd rather avoid senseless killing. So when everything's done, you can run along and live your lives. What are our other options? Jericho boldly asked, feeling a Zanpakuto press against his throat a little harder. You keep causing trouble and I'll kill you. Yuryu said without hesitation, summoning up a solid black bow. Or you join us, get access to the capabilities of Soul Society and possibly improve your abilities or find more of your kind. You have a few doors open to you. He said before turning back to Ichigo. Jinjo has 2. Go with Ichigo willingly, or the hard way. Ichigo versus Jinjo. So yeah, Ichigo said after giving a similar explanation Yuryu gave, they're free to go. You have to pay for your crimes. The former substitute glared at the one he thought would be a victim of Soul Society's lies. You can either come along willingly, or we do this the hard way. How can you be so willing to side with them? Jinjo growled, sparing a glance at Tsukishima to make sure he was ready to move. I sided with them and they betrayed me. I will repeat this. Jinjo Kugo, you are under arrest for the murder of several Shinigami and the theft of their powers. Ichigo stated. Normally Soul Society would be absurd and draconian in their laws, but this is where I side with them. You've murdered and stole lives and powers. What world do you live in that you think you wouldn't be watched? He leveled his blade at Jinjo. Now are we going to do this the easy way, or the hard way? Jinjo scoffed. What makes you think you can beat Dash? He started before Ichigo appeared right in front of him and dug a clawed hand around Jinjo's heart. This for starters. Ichigo said, his left hand coated in his hollow armor, wiggling his fingers and lightly brushing against Jinjo's beating heart. Tsukishima acted as fast as he could when the reality of what he saw caught up to him. He charged to Ichigo's back, preparing to cut through the hybrid. Ichigo sensed the killing intent and dodged each strike, finally flipping Jinjo around and kicking him into Tsukishima while pulling his claws out of the renegade in the process. This will not end well for you. Is he really worth your life? I owe him my life. Tsukishima said as the Fullbringers prepared for the next bout. Ichigo let out a saddened sigh. I really don't want to do this. Ichigo muttered before raising his free hand, summoning a small black and red bow. I'll try to make this painless. He said before several rapid shots at the two, causing them to separate. He flash-stepped behind Tsukishima, who turned to try to slash at the hybrid. Ichigo blocked and placed his index finger on top of his opponent's heart. Ichigo's memories flashed to a lesson about how strength and application were important to Kido spells. Heido number 1, show. He whispered as he sent a kinetic pulse through the Fullbringer's chest. The man's eyes widened as he felt his heart pause. Ichigo charged a Zero at the tip of his blade and pointed it at Jinjo, who was charging with energy flaring from his sword. Ichigo fired at Jinjo, who struggled against the torrent of energy. The blast ended and Ichigo threw the dying Tsukishima and the former Soul Reaper. DMN it. Kugo cursed as he tried to resuscitate his ally. How did he get so strong? Tsukishima gasped as Jinjo's pounding managed to restart his friend's heart. He won't beat me. He growled as he heard a familiar incantation. With light, divide this into 6. Bakudo number 61, Rikujikoro. Ichigo chanted from above the Fullbringers, trapping them together in the paralyzing spell. There, that should do it. Ichigo said as he walked away from the struggling Fullbringers. Take them to the Shoten and prepare to transfer them to Soul Society. The more focused Soul Reapers proceeded with their orders, while some of the younger ones annoyed Yuryu. Lieutenant Kurosaki is so cool. The guy restraining Riruka said. He's not that great. She mumbled while blushing. You're totally crushing on him, Tsundere. Yukio said, making the magenta girl glare at the other Fullbringer. He might want to watch his back. Juriko said as Tsukishima and Jinjo broke out of the Kido spell and charged at Ichigo. He charged his power and swung a massive Getsuga Tensho at the charging duo. Never mind. He said in awe of the raw power, watching the outline of his two former comrades fade into nothingness. Scratch that. Ichigo called out. Send a message to Captain Love and the 14th Division, give them a description of the two. He sheathed his weapon and joined Yuryu and the remaining members of Skyushin. What's their call? I've got a company to run, so I'll bail. Yukio said as the Shinigami released them. I would however be willing to make a few business deals if they interest me. I think I want to join you. Riruka said, looking away from Ichigo. I've always been selfish with my powers, but if I can help you guys with your war. She faced Ichigo with full confidence and stars in her eyes, then I can get access to even more cute things to love. She proudly announced, making everyone else sweat drop at her declaration. Ichigo merely shrugged. Yes, well, I think I'll join as well. Juriko stated. Merely because this seems interesting. Very well. Ichigo said. Take Yukio to a bus stop and let him return to his company. Everyone else, back to the Shoten. I need to head home. Ichigo said as he grabbed his body and flash-stepped away. Kurosaki household. Ichigo made his way back inside his house, silent and melancholic, the thoughts of his actions with Tsukishima and Jinjo kept replaying in his mind. He fought to restrain them, take them in alive, then he just wiped them both out with ease. Killing the two of them was like swatting a fly, and he just barely kept everything together as he made his way home to report to his father and captain. He opened up the door to see his family, already sitting around the table, enjoying a dinner. "Onie-chan. Come on." Yuzu called out. "Mom and I made dinner. It's really good." Ichigo smiled just slightly before heading upstairs. "I'm not hungry. I'm going to bed early," he said as he began to ascend the stairs. Mission accomplished, Dad. Jingo was sent to Soul Society. He called before entering his room. "It's not healthy to skip dinner," Yuzu said, pouting. Masaki and Isshin spared a glance of silent conversation, guessing what's happened. "Stop, Yuzu," Isshin ordered as Yuzu got up. "Leave your brother alone for now. Let Mom and Dad handle this." "Yes," Masaki said, petting her daughter's head. "You can just leave this to the parents. There's just some things that we need to do." Yuzu gave in, but still made a plate of leftovers for her brother. A few hours passed by before Isshin made his way into Ichigo's room. He found his son, lying on the bed shaking. "Hey son," he said softly, with Ichigo's back to him. "I heard the report from one of the squad members. Looks like Jingo wanted to do things the hard way." Masaki came in silently, watching the exchange between her husband and son. "Ichigo, tell me how it feels." "That how it feels?" Ichigo said through shaky breath. "Dad, I just killed 2 people. I was barely able to function through the shock of the experience. It was easy." He turned to face his father. "I could have bound them better, used a stronger spell, and I killed them like I was stepping on an ant." He snapped, grasping at his head. I thought. What's happening to me?" He started screaming before Ichigo felt himself get wrapped in a warm embrace as his parents held him. "Ichigo, we never wanted you to be a killer," Isshin told his son. "We trained you to be able to stop anything, and you did. You stopped yourself and your team from getting hurt. You managed to rescue and give most of the Fullbringers a chance they can use to better their lives. You did what you've always done, you protected. And if it ever gets too hard, just come home," Masaki said, stroking her child's hair. "We'll always have a place for you with us. So just let it out if you need to." Ichigo felt his arms weakly wrap around his parents. "There's no need to hold back in front of us." Once again, Ichigo was reduced to a crying child in his mother's embrace. "Remember this feeling, Ichigo," Isshin said. "Remember the pain of taking a life. Pray that it never turns into a pleasure, that is when you've lost who you are." Ichigo swore that he would never forget that feeling for as long as he existed. Soul Society, Shiba household. They waited another week for Ichigo to recover from his first mission, and first kills. Chad recovered and joined as the 4th seed of the squad, with Tatsuki as the 5th and Orihime as the 6th. They received a report from Ganju that, after a few days, they've managed to find Jinjo's and Tsukishima's souls in the Rukon districts and have already transported them to the Maggot's Nest. They can be released, but only when they were willing to cooperate. The Fullbringers that have joined Soul Society went to the Randi department under the supervision of Kisuke Urahara, already testing the true capacity of the Fullbring abilities, beginning with seeing if Chad's coin medallion was a Fullbring. Tatsuki made her way to 2nd Division Barracks to get some training in with Soifon and Yoruichi. Orihime headed for the 4th to learn some more medical skills from Unohana. Yuryu had the weirdest encounter though. Just as they came out of the Senkamen to head for the Shiba house, the former lieutenant of the 12th squad, Nimyu Kuratsuchi, was waiting. In a light blue sundress. "Hello Yuryu," she said, walking up to the Quincy 3rd seat. "Come with me. We're having a date." She then grabbed his hand and started pulling him away. "Wait, what? What's happening?" Yuryu tried to yell as Nimyu dragged him away. "I did not agree to this." He continued to protest as he faded from sight. "Okay, shall we go?" Ichigo asked his family, already heading for the Shiba house. Shouldn't we be worried about Yuryu and II? Karen asked as the rest of the started walking away. You'll love them, Mom. Yuzu cheered. They're all as upbeat and funny as Dad. They sound like a lot of fun, Yuzu. Masaki said with a smile. Yeah. Kurosaki family trip. Isshin yelled out unashamed in his Haori. Karen just shrugged and joined them. The few days of the presence of the 14th Division showed at a level of economic expansion into the West Rukon district. Houses were repaired, more stores and vendors, better dressed citizens. Plenty of people were still wary of Soul Reapers, but the Kurosaki family were welcomed as honored guests. Before long they made it back to the Shiba house, showing a greater level of wealth as the main economic center for most of West Rukon. So this is that wonderful wife, Masaki, eh? Kakaku asked as she looked over the Quincy. I like her. Welcome to the family, Masaki Oba-san. She smiled as she patted the woman on the shoulder. Speaking of family, hey Ichigo. The clan head called out to the hybrid. You talked to Byakuya yet? Not yet. Ichigo answered. Why? Is it important? I should hope so, Kakaku responded, it's your marriage after all. Everyone froze. You really should have talked to him. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Who's in control? Alternate version of the meeting in Prelude to Change. Night had fallen, most of the Soul Society was asleep now, resting and recovering from the events from earlier that day. All but the unlucky groups pulling night patrols, the captains that would determine the future of the coming war, and the hybrid that seemed to be at the center of all of it. They all stood in attendance, the captains flanking down both sides, with Genryusai at the head and Ichigo in the center. There are many questions to ask Ichigo. Yamamoto started. But very little time to get any answers. So for now, only the necessary ones. Are you in complete control? Ichigo blinked a couple times. I don't know. He turned to the side as a lean, pale, figure with a skull mask and long sharp horns appeared next to him. Hey Zangetsu, am I in control? Why the hell are you asking me? He asked deadpan as most of the assembled captains started freaking out. Zaraki was excited, Soifon looked like she was having a heart attack, Kairaku and Yukitake were laughing at someone joking with their old master, and Mayuri looked like he creamed himself. I'm too old for this. Yamamoto thought tiredly. Ruruka at the Ran-D. You seem to have severe myopia. Urahara said, scanning her eyes. Shouldn't you wear glasses or contacts? Glasses aren't cute and contacts dry my eyes out. Ruruka scoffed. Urahara merely shrugged at the inconvenience. Next option. He turned to his lieutenant, who was busy looking at Ichigo's severed limb under a microscope. Mayuri. Where do we keep the spare eyes? He yelled, making Ruruka jump. Third storage closet labeled replacement organs. Mayuri responded quickly. The good eyes. Fifth closet labeled freshly grown. Any preferences, Dokugamin-san? Ruruka looked at him like he was insane before trying to throw him off. How about pink ones that get heart-shaped pupils when I'm happy? She said with a snarky attitude. Give me a minute. Mayuri said as he got up. I'll wear glasses. She screamed when she saw Urahara hold up a scalpel. Union of Kuchiki and Shiba. Shiba House. Reactions among the Kurosaki family were varied, to say the least. Kokaku just announced that whatever she was talking to Byakuya about involved Ichigo's betrothal. The three siblings were shocked to hear the news, Masaki was furious, and Isshin. You were supposed to raise him as a man amongst men. Was currently being choked to death by his loving wife. Now you're marrying him off like a prized stud. He already has 2 girlfriends, Isshin, now he's getting married. What did you do to my baby boy, you dash? Ichigo turned away from his mom's unusual aggression to focus on the Shiba clan head, while his sisters clung to him possessively. "Okay, so I'm being married off to the Kachiki clan?" Ichigo asked. "Why wasn't I informed?" "I told you to talk to Kachiki for the details, Ichigo," she said in her usual nonchalance. "If it was my idea, I would have told you and gotten your input." She suddenly turned serious as he lit up her pipe. "But it wasn't my idea. It was Byakuya's." This surprised Ichigo, considering the last time he saw the man in question, he was being glared at. In short, Kachiki feels a debt to you for saving Rukia, so he wanted to unite the two clans as a way of establishing a permanent alliance between the Kachiki and the Shiba. Namely, your marriage to Rukia Kachiki. The background quieted down as the others in the room reflected on the weight of this action. The Shiba family is on the rise as the main economic powerhouse in the West Rokon, and we've already begun to expand our reach to the other districts. Sure, this marriage might damage those relations somewhat, with the distaste between the nobles and the Rokon citizens, but that will fade as life continues to improve in the Rokon. "But why me and Rukia?" Ichigo asked, only to be answered with a loud snort from Kakaku. "You think I'm going to leave something like this to Ganju?" she asked through chuckles. "Ichigo, you're the one that has bested some of Seoul Society's strongest. You are the first student that Yamamoto personally took on in the last 1,000 years, and the only reason you're not a captain yet is that you are literally a child at 15 and have nowhere near the experience people like your father have." When Byakuya proposed the union of the clans, the elders practically begged that you were the one to wed. She leaned back in relaxation. "Now we're thinking of a month or two to plan the wedding, so don't go getting your little snow bunny PRGN and you horn dog," she said, taking a long puff of her pipe. Ichigo felt a cold chill as he could swear his mother was glaring at him. "We only just kissed at the fireworks festival, Kakaku," he said, shocked that they were spied on. Kakaku seemed genuinely surprised. "Really? Considering what Yoruichi told me, I thought you already planted some seeds in that petite girl," she said, adding fuel to the rage fire of Masaki. "After all, you made me see stars." Ichigo started sweating bullets as he felt a cold hand wrap around his shoulder. "Ichigo," he heard his mother sing in the most blood-chilling tone. "What is she talking about?" Ichigo used all the speed skills he had at his disposal, creating speed clones and cratering every place he landed at, as he ran for his life. Flashback, Rokon District. DMN it. Jingo cursed as he dodged another Shinigami patrol. How did he have so much power? It's been 3 days since Ichigo killed them and, true to his word, this was the hard way. They managed to escape notice into the Rokon district, which was soon swarming with Shinigami and a couple of captains, with Jingo and Tsukishima both in no condition to fight. Whatever was in that attack Ichigo used, it left them nearly crippled when they entered the Rokon districts. Tsukishima could barely walk, and since they had a lot of Ryatsu, they had to keep a constant focus on keeping their erasure unnoticeable. He was coming back from a risky grab of some food when the Soul Reaper patrols got thicker. Maybe I should have taken his offer, he contemplated as he slowly made his way back to his lone ally. For the first time in a long while, his thoughts drifted back to the one captain that made him figure out the truth of his badge. "Jingo," Tsukishima said as his mentor and friend came into their ramshackle hut on the edge of the 5th district of West Rokon. "Is everything all right?" He groaned as pain coursed through him. They still felt the burns of Ichigo's attack, consuming their bodies as they turned to ash. His shaking hand took some bread from Kugo's hand as the two ate. "The patrols are getting thicker," he said in between bites. "If we want to avoid capture, we should head deeper into the lower districts. A trip you might not make," he thought as he re-evaluated his options. If Ichigo was telling the truth, and from the whispers he's heard among the patrolling Soul Reapers then Soul Society was not looking to imprison him, just keep him on a short leash. Which, in retrospect, he did kind of deserve. There were 3 traitor captains that left. Ichigo said that there was a war coming, and Soul Society was changing. When he was still a substitute Shinigami, he saw Soul Reapers bully the people of the Rukon, extort protection money, treat the people like dirt. Now, he saw a Shinigami give kids pointers on harnessing their Ryatsu, actually help people, an almost complete change from what he used to know. So they could either keep running and stay in danger, or they could turn themselves in and hope for a favorable sentence. I never should have listened to that Med Aizen. Jingo growled, remembering when the former captain of the 5th Division told him about the Soul Reaper badge. Yeah, he's ruined everyone's lives. They heard a gruff tone from their doorway. They turned to see a thuggish man with a bandana, a short cleaver on his back, and armbands with rough strips like those to light fuses. My cousin swore to crush him personally. You might know him. He sent you both here after all. Jingo and Tsukishima immediately summoned their blades and prepared to fight. Whoa! I'm not here to fight. The Shinigami said as he brought his arms up to placate the two. I'm here to distract you. He said before they both felt a strong blow to their necks. They dropped like rag dolls, with Jingo barely holding on to consciousness. Nice job, Lieutenant Amagai. Well, I was a member of the Onmitsukido before transferring Ganju. Jingo heard as he finally blacked out. Present day, Maggot's Nest. Time had passed for the Fullbringers from when they were finally captured. They were sent to the 4th Division to recover from their injuries and then directly to the Maggot's Nest after their Fullbring objects were taken from them. They only had their bringer light ability left to them in order to fight off the other inmates. Tsukishima was waiting for Jingo to come up with their next plan of action, while Jingo was waiting for a visit from the only captain he was expecting to see. He waited for 3 more days before he finally saw the man that first gave him the substitute badge. Jushiro Yukitake, who was with Urahara, carrying a display stand, and Raruka, who was carrying a dollhouse and wearing sunglasses. For some reason, the white-haired captain quickly found Kugo and made his way over while Urahara made an announcement. All right, people. He loudly announced. Some of you were imprisoned wrongly because you were perceived as a threat before actually doing anything. This was a failed system as a few people that were threats managed to evade capture and eventually escaped before they could be stopped. So we now offer a chance. He said, gesturing to Raruka who set up her dollhouse. You will be put into this little house and evaluated. Depending on what is found, you will be released back into Soul Society to either rejoin the Gotiei or be citizens of the Rukongai. The only rules when you go inside are as follows: no fighting, no lying, and you have only 5 minutes to answer all the questions. Jinjo's eyes widened as he figured out what was going to happen. You should follow them. He warned. If you don't, well, you won't like the results. He then turned his attention to Yukitake as a hesitant line of inmates was formed in front of Raruka. Now what do you want, Yukitake? It's been a while, Jingo. The sickly man said. I wish it was under better circumstances, but that was just wishful thinking, wasn't it? He sat down, gesturing the 2 Fullbringers to join him. Tsukishima was reluctant, but Jingo knew there was little left to lose. As you've both heard, there is war coming for us. We were looking to recruit you, but we couldn't overlook your crimes or the hostility you would meet us with. You wouldn't have trusted us if we extended an open hand, so we went with the fist instead. Yukitake explained as the first inmate went into Raruka's dollhouse. He was ejected seconds later, coated in green flames. His screams of agony and terror filling the underground prison. I warned you. Jingo yelled out before refocusing on the man he once trusted. So you sent that kid to draw me out and arrest me? How did you know he was strong enough to overpower anyone? How was he made a lieutenant anyway? We figured he was the best chance to get you to listen, we didn't expect you to try and turn on him. Yukitake explained as the next inmate hesitantly entered the dollhouse. As for his power, well, he fought Kenpachi Zaraki to a standstill for an entire day and was trained by some of the strongest and most skilled masters in our arts of combat. He's merely powerful, but greatly inexperienced. Killing you and your friend almost broke him. That was still just 60% of his power. he said, shocking both Fullbringers. We have great concerns about him, but he is our best chance to stop both Aizen and Yoruichi. Yoruichi? Jingo asked, never having heard of the Quincy King. Okay, what don't I know? Ichigo is a hybrid of Hollow, Quincy, and Shinigami. Aizen revealed himself as a power-hungry man bent on becoming a god, and the ancient enemy of all Soul Reapers is returning and could very likely destroy everything as we know it. He summarized for the two Fullbringers. Aizen isn't too much of a threat as he failed to get the object he wanted to further his goals, but he is putting us all on edge, while Yoruichi is a genuine threat that prompted Yamamoto to take command of the law and change it. Jingo let everything sink in. The thought of the stubborn captain often referred to as old man genocide was willing to change things, then the situation was more serious than he thought. What if we decide to join you? Tsukishima asked. He saw the expression on Jinjo's face and knew he was considering the option of joining them. You'll be released from the maggot's nest and put under strict observation and probation while carrying out your duties as Soul Reapers and finding more Fullbringers. Yukitake told them. The usual Shinigami badge and another seal that will activate when you try to attack another Shinigami without permission. That last part surprised the duo. We aren't naive enough to believe that there won't be any more rebellious soldiers. This recruitment here in the maggot's nest is to weed out those that would cause problems later while the others join us to bolster our forces. He finished as another guy burst into flames. So Jericho's in that dollhouse? Tsukishima guessed, recognizing the flames of time. He asks the questions to see if they can be trusted. Yes. A remarkable ability for interrogations. Yukitake said, looking back at the dollhouse and his fellow captain. If this Yoruichi is as dangerous as you said, then the best bet is for us to swallow our pride and rejoin the squads. Jingo admitted. But I want a piece of the BSTRD Aizen. He told me about the substitute badge in the first place. Did he also tell you that we were ready to pull the trigger on you at any moment? Yukitake asked, prompting the former substitute to nod. He was admittedly right, but we were hoping enough time would pass that we would hold you on trial instead of execution. Yukitake stood up as he finished talking. I don't expect you to make a decision so soon, so we'll leave you to your thoughts for now. He said as Urahara finished up his task. Only 5 out of the 200 people in line were permitted to join, and 100 people were consumed by the fires of time. By the way, why's Ruruka wearing sunglasses? Tsukishima asked. Yukitake let out a tired sigh. She made the mistake of challenging our smartest minds. He said sadly. She's still wearing bandages from the surgery. Jingo? Tsukishima. Is that you guys? Ruruka asked as she looked around. I can't see too well right now. The two that knew Mayuri and Urahara let out an sympathetic sigh for the poor girl. Kuchiki compound. I'm glad you've come to talk Ichigo Kurosaki. Byakuya said in his usual formal tone. This is not a matter to be taken lightly and Kakaku Shiba had made it clear that I should explain matters to you. But I hope you forgive my lack of tact when I say this. He looked up into the tree the hybrid in question was currently hiding in. What the hell are you doing? Hiding from my mom. Ichigo said, still clinging to the trunk of the tree as if his life depended on it. Is this about the political marriage of the clans or your promiscuity? He asked, already knowing about those details of his love life. Both. Ichigo replied. She's been in a coma for 6 years and found out that her baby boy isn't that anymore. Byakuya only nodded. Believe it or not, I can sympathize with you on that. He said crossing his arms. But I refuse to talk to you like this, so get down from there. Ichigo didn't move. I promise you will not have to deal with her until you have to go home. Ichigo still stayed up there. Do it or I'll tell her where you are. He said, finally prompting the boy to come down. Fine. Ichigo grumbled as he and Byakuya headed back for the manor. What's up with this marriage anyway, Byakuya? I thought you wanted me as far away from Rukia as possible. The noble head sent a sideways glare to the young lieutenant. Make no mistake, I'm not happy about you marrying Rukia, he said as they entered the manor with a maid setting out tea for the two. But I do accept this union. You've saved Rukia's life, served as the catalyst for Soul Society to change for the better, and act as the shining light for the future of Soul Society. You helped me keep my promise to my late wife and made me rethink my vow to my parents. I owe you a debt that I can never repay, so I will always do what I can to aid you. As such, establishing a permanent alliance to your Shiba family with this marriage. He took his tea and drank from it gingerly. Though I do have some concerns about the other women in your life, so I want you to do this. He put down his tea and looked at Ichigo with grave seriousness. Rukia is your first and official wife. The comment hung in the air as Ichigo blinked in confusion. First. Official? Ichigo slowly asked. Yes. Your first and official wife. Byakuya said, slowly elaborating his point. Nobles are subject to different expectations than with commoners. Among which is ensuring the continued bloodline of the clan. As much as I am loath to do so and betray his Anna, I am expected to sire a child to continue the Kachiki bloodline. The same goes for you as well, Ichigo Shiba. He said, using Ichigo's paternal family name to remind him of his noble status. Because my family is well off, I'm expected to have a single heir to the clan at least, while the Shiba family has been rather unlucky, as you've seen for yourself. As a shining star of the family, the responsibility falls on you and your family to restore your clan. Nobles have been noted to have multiple wives and concubines, so I can honestly accept you having more lovers than my sister. But I don't have to be happy about it. Ha! Was all Ichigo could say as he absorbed the information. Certainly better than what Yoruichi explained to him before at the hot springs. I'm not interested in creating a harem Byakuya. But the way you put it makes me feel like I don't have a choice. Didn't Yoruichi say you had the instinct to breed? Byakuya asked, subtlety jabbing at Ichigo's love life. I have faith in you. You'll treat Rukia right, my brother. He said before grabbing his sword. But if you hurt Rukia in any way, I will see you punished. Duly noted. Ichigo said as his sweat dropped. Tea shop in the middle of Siriidii. Rukia let out a sigh of exhaustion, doing what she could to enjoy her time away from her squad. Ever since the truth came out and she began to recover her powers, Yukitake immediately began training her to fill up the long-standing vacancy of lieutenant of squad. He explained that it was Byakuya's wish that she not get put into any unnecessary danger, but the coming war changed a lot of minds as they focused on preparations. She thought she was ready, but the sickly gentleman that she called her captain had made no secrets on what she should expect. Mostly paperwork, occasional higher-tier missions, but the worst was dealing with the duo third seats and their stupid rivalry. To make matters worse, she recently learned that she was to wed Ichigo as a way of creating a permanent alliance between her family and his. They barely started dating and she had to spend most of a week convincing her brother to not castrate Ichigo because she wasn't PRGN. In short, the Snow Maiden Soul Reaper needed a break. Rukia. She heard a familiar cry as Orihime and Tatsuki were coming to join her. Just the relaxation she needed as she waved back gratefully. Then Orihime's tone went colder than her Zapukudo. What's this we hear about you marrying Ichigo? Rukia started shaking as the two girls let out burning in cold anger toward the petite girl. Yes, we'd like to know. Tatsuki semi-growled as she glared at the object of their anger. Rukia felt herself shrink as the image of two hungry predators staring down a defenseless rabbit entered her mind. The thing is. Rukia stuttered as fear and nervousness gripped her heart. Thankfully for her, someone came in to alleviate the tension. Now you two. Ranjiku sang as she came up behind the empowered humans, putting a calming hand on their shoulders. She can't talk if you keep scaring her like that. Orihime and Tatsuki looked at each other before calming down. There we go. Name's Ranjiku Matsumoto, Lieutenant of Squad, now how about we talk over dumplings? She suggested with a cheery smile. The next thing they knew, they were all drinking tea and eating dumplings in a completely calm and relaxed atmosphere. Ah, much better. Ranjaku said, successfully defusing the situation. Now then Rukia, can you explain? She said, not in a teasing tone but one of seriousness that was rare for the lieutenant. Right. Rukia said as she filled in the others on the political side of the situation they found themselves in. I'm not entirely against marrying him, but this early just feels off. It's just establishing a union between the two, right? Tatsuki asked. You can hold it off for a while as you get to know each other better. That should also give us a chance to bond as well. Orihime said, relieved that she and Tatsuki might still get married to their favorite strawberry sister wives. She cheered, throwing a hand up and prompting the others to join. Sister wives. Ranjaku cheered, waiting a few seconds for that to sink in for the others. Once it had, she pulled out the letter Jin left for Ichigo. He's keeping a promise to him. And he seems like a nice guy. She said with a smile, remembering the night they spent together. The three girls took a small recess to talk amongst themselves. All right Ranjaku. Tatsuki said, being the spokesperson for the ground. You may pursue Ichigo. But nothing perverted. She said, laying down the law. If you really want to try this, you have to be willing to give him your heart. Only then will we permit you to make love with him. I'll know if you break this rule. Orihime sternly said. She's not joking. One time she sniffed out Ichigo before anyone saw him. Tatsuki said as Orihime barked like a dog. Ah. Ranjaku pouted. And he's got such a nice body too. But fine, you were first and I'm only now joining. She said before sticking her hand in. Sisters. The other three looked at each other before nodding. Sisters. They said, joining their hands. Then Orihime and Tatsuki gained some mischievous smirks. Now for that. Tatsuki said with a creepy chuckle. Yes. Time for them to meet Masaki Okachan. Orihime said with a similar giggle, putting the two Soul Reapers on edge. Squad 12 ran D Department. Jackie ran as hard as she could through the obstacle course in the labs of the 12th Division, scanners and measuring devices on her body as she powered through with her Fullbring. She hasn't picked a squad to join as of yet, electing to be the prime research specimen for their work into the powers of Fullbring. She wanted to get stronger, she hated her own powers, she was torn. The other Fullbringers wanted to enhance their abilities, but she wanted to get rid of them. It didn't matter if it let her get her revenge for her family when they were murdered, they were a constant reminder of finding her family dead, their blood dirtying her boots and awakening her Fullbring. That's good for now Tristan-san. Take the rest of the day off. A voice said from the intercom, letting Jackie relax. They said they could possibly change her abilities, or at the very least, remove them. She simply had to help with their research, which she did unhesitatingly. The idea of ridding herself of her bleak reminders overriding every other thought. It was these few breaks that made her think. You have no technique, just speed and power. His voice echoed in her head. I'm not the cocky one here, you are. He played her with ease when they first started, then Jericho's timer kicked in and gave her an advantage. She immediately capitalized on her increased time to crush him, to prove him wrong, but his words did their damage. She never had the kind of fight he must have had to let him make that boast. He soon adapted to the situation and returned the favor. I love my power. He said, explaining why she lost to him so easily. It lets me protect my friends, the people I care about. I've never seen it as a curse. I give myself to my powers, and I learn from them. This was like training with my Quincy abilities, but using the focus of my hollow. They speak to me, guide me, and I trust them with my life. He mastered Bringer Light in the middle of that fight, allowing him to keep up with and surpass her as he pushed his senses to their limit to trace and follow her. Someone that hates their own abilities, could never match me. He growled as his Fullbring evolved before her eyes, leading to the explosion that preceded a completed Fullbring. DMN kid. She cursed as his words echoed her own greatest weakness. She hated her Fullbring for that constant reminder of what she lost. It wasn't fair. Why did she have to be the one to hate her powers? Everyone else lived with or relished their abilities, but she had the constant reminder of loss on her feet. Even if she did lose them, what then? Where would she go? She was brought out of her musing when a flash of light caught her eye. El Directo. Chad roared as he fired another blast. Another lucky BSTRD, with a Fullbring born from his desire to help his friends. His session ended and he made his way out to find Yuryu, not exactly trusting the daughter of Mayuri. He passed Jackie as she made her opinion heard. You lucky BSTRDS. She said, getting Chad's attention. Why do you get the Fullbrings that come from something positive? You and that brat Ichigo. Chad was about to say something, but she was ranting. You're lucky you have good memories with your Fullbring. Must make it so easy to use dash. Chad just bopped her on the head to shut her up. How did you awaken your Fullbring, Jackie? He asked, making the older woman look at him in surprise. My powers came to me after I refused to abandon Ichigo when a hollow showed up during our spar. I pull on the promise we made to each other. He explained before holding up his grandfather's coin. I'm pulling on my gratefulness to my abuelo to see if this will be a Fullbring. What do you pull on to HRNSS your Fullbring? He asked again. The anger and sorrow I felt when finding my family dead. She said slowly, grimacing at the dark memories. We were really poor and these boots were their present to me. Most likely stolen, but I didn't care. I did my best to take care of them every day. The first things that really made them dirty, and activated my Fullbring, was my brother's blood when I found everyone murdered. She held herself as she felt like that little girl, walking in on the bloodied scene, all over again. She stopped shaking when she felt Chad's arms wrap around her. So you have one bad memory and you used that to power your Fullbring. Chad said, analyzing what he heard. But didn't you just say you also have good memories with those boots? Why don't you use that? He offered before letting her go and walking away. I have something I need to do, so try what I said. She pondered on his words before her mind went back to the joy she felt when she first got her boots. She never noticed them beginning to shine a little brighter. Shiba household. Ichigo made his way back into the Shiba house after a long day, which became eerily quiet. The first time that the home had not felt inviting. He made his way around slowly before being grabbed from behind. A rough hand sealed his mouth as Isshin held his son tight. Ichigo, his father whispered into his ear, don't make a sound. Just run. Head for any of the other bases. Hide out at Division 12 even, it's safer than here. He looked around for a second. On my mark, just bolt. She's still dash. Where do you two think you're going? A melodious tone of pain sang to the two Kurosaki men. They slowly turned around to see Masaki's smiling face, surrounded by a black aura that made her hair seem like it was on fire. In her hand was a wooden spoon she held like a blade. Come on Ichigo. Why don't you tell me about what you've been doing over dinner? And Isshin, what's this about 5 daughters? Ichigo and Isshin broke out into a cold sweat. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Why Ninyu took Yuryu on a date. This is very impressive Mayuri. Urahara said in surprise, looking over Nimu's data. Mayuri was currently being held down by a high-level Bakudo spell as Urahara familiarized himself with all the data. If she actually achieves evolution, it'd actually beat out the Hogyoku by actually being useful. He turned to his lieutenant. If I may offer some advice, why not let her try to fall in love? Love? Mayuri stopped struggling. Why should I care about such an unreasonable variable? Love tends to push people beyond what anyone thinks possible. Urahara said with a shrug as he dispelled his restraint spell. Just food for thought. I think she might respond well to Yuryu. He left, leaving Mayuri to ponder his words. An hour later. Alright, you have the dress that the Quincy made. Mayuri said while his daughter stood by his side, awaiting further orders. There's a picnic set up on a hillside that Kairaku recommended. Here's your chloroform if the tranquilizers in the food don't work. He handed her a bottle and a rag. And be sure to bring him back here. Yes, Master Mayuri. She said with a nod. Kenpachi's bachelor party. The scarred captain of the 11th Division picked his companions carefully. He had Ikaku and Yumachika, Tetsuzeman, Renji and Hisagi were literally dragged along. Kairaku brought the liquor, and plenty of it, and most importantly, Ichigo and Yuryu. They made their way to the most desolate reaches of the living world with special permission to have their limits released. Booze? Kenpachi called out. Kairaku gestured to the pyramid of sake jugs behind him. Scoreboard? Hisagi pulled out a blackboard with most of their names on it. Entertainment? Yuryu pulled out some hollow bait and broke it, summoning swarms of hollows, with several Minos Grande coming along. Music? Kenpachi snarled with a bloodthirsty smile. Kairaku pulled out a stereo and started playing the song of choice. Wait for it. He said, letting the music play while unleashing Nozarashi. His fellows following suit aside from Yuryu and Kairaku who chose to keep score. Go. He yelled as, Get Ready to Die, started blaring. I'm not sure what I was expecting when he invited me to come along. Yuryu said as he starting chalking up points. Masaki's lessons Orihime and Tatsuki. Now remember what I taught you. The Kurosaki matriarch said as her son's girlfriend stood in front of her. They turned and put the lesson to the test. Welcome home honey. Orihime sang out, wearing naught but panties and an apron. Would you like dinner, a bath, or me? Tatsuki stuttered, wearing a similar outfit. They both paused as Ichigo watched them in shock. Not what he was expecting when he came home. I said, be stuck, not cute or nervous. Masaki scolded her prospective daughters as they blushed in front of their boyfriend. You have to take the reins sometimes for your man. Now do it again. Ichigo, come back in. She ordered before Ichigo got out of the house. That was odd. Yuryu said, accompanying his cousin to his home. Yeah, mind if I crash at your place for now? Past pains and coming change. Flashback, Kenpachi's party. Thousands of warped howls echoed through the air as massive hollows cried out in primal instinct. A second later, they were swept away by a massive beam. For every one slain, there was another 10 after. Spinning blades flew toward their marks and tore a Jillian asunder, while a segmented whip blade slashed down several other of the empty husks. An elephant-like beast roared in anger as 3 figures with a spear, a scimitar, and a multi-bladed sickle, cut it to pieces. Man! Ikaku yelled as the body of the slain Ajuchas faded. This is one hell of a party. It does serve as good training. I'm glad you dragged me here. Hisagi responded as he and Renji joined him, Tetsuzeman, and Yumachika. But do those two ever slow down? They turned to see the Blood Knight captain cutting through entire groups of hollows of all sizes with the sheer force of him swinging his axe. The hybrid was doing much the same with pure racier attacks covering the barren wasteland with explosions. The thousands of hollows falling like sheets of wet paper. That's what makes Captain Zaraki so great. Ikaku said in excitement and admiration. The man who loves battle so much, his corpse would keep fighting long after death. Now he found the one person to keep up with him. A perfect hybrid with instant regeneration. Don't sell yourself short, Hisagi. Yumachika told the lieutenant, trying to lift his spirits. That's a pretty impressive Zanpakuto. Hisagi lifted one of his large dual-sided Kuzurigama blades. Thanks, but I just don't like it, he said, looking over his blade. It looks like it's solely meant to kill. He continued to give his blade a pensive, brooding stare, unaware that everyone was looking at him like he said something incredibly stupid. What did you just say? Ichigo said, calm but furious. Would you like to repeat that? Hisagi looked up in confusion. It just irks me for some dash, he tried to explain before Ichigo cut him off. Shuhei, what are we? What is our title? He slowly stood up, glaring at the lieutenant. I believe we're called, Soul Reapers, Shinigami, Death Gods. Do you know what this means, Hisagi? The Squad 9 lieutenant suddenly felt very nervous around the bald man. It means, we take lives. Hisagi. He roared at his fellow lieutenant. Any weapon with an edge is meant to kill and reap lives. My own shuriken is a stick. A fragile freaking stick. Do I think it's stupid? Do I disapprove of it? No. I master it. Because it's my weapon. He roared at the tattooed man. I don't care what half-butted sentimentality Tosin tried to teach you, but there's nothing that can be attained without bloodshed. He said as he rose up. While you waste your time, being all emo or whatever, I'll focus on my task. He turned to face the direction of Zaraki and Ichigo. Making sure I can keep up with my captain. Bankai. He roared, getting consumed by a whirlwind of rapier, revealing 3 massive blades, a Shaolin spade and guando, connected by chains to a large axe blade. Ryuman Hozukimaru. He yelled before leaping towards the main fight with Ichigo and Kenpachi. Yeah, he's right. Renji said before getting up. You're an idiot, Hisagi. Then he left to join the fight. You have such an ugly attitude. Yumichiki responded, deciding to have a drink with Captain Kairaku. No wonder Ranjaku is going for Ichigo. What? Hisagi cried, just now hearing about the matter. Yeah, Ichigo's getting himself a harem. Tetsuzeman explained. And pal, you never had a shot with her at all. Hisagi turned white and started to shrivel up like a dead plant. In fact, I think you should be disqualified from this game. I'll talk to the captain about that. He said as the last to walk away, leaving Hisagi to suffer his shock alone. With Kenpachi and Ichigo. The hollows were being slaughtered mercilessly as the two cut through them like grass. Kenpachi swung Nozarashi with enough force to create air blades and sheer brute strength to crush an Ajuchiza's head with one hand. Ichigo seemingly teleported around the battlefield, bisecting everything he cut with ease and giving himself more to his hollow nature. It didn't take long for the smarter hollows to realize the danger and attempt to flee. Unfortunately for them, the bait was too potent for them to think clearly. A large centipede hollow attempted a sneak attack on Ichigo before Ichigo slashed through its skull. He was accompanied by Renji, who summoned a massive skeletal snake. When the hell did you two learn Bankai? Kenpachi growled, punching a hollow into red mist. A little before Rukia's execution. Renji answered. Captain Kachiki said that mastering Bankai and attaining Bankai were two different things. I figured now was as good a time as any. He made his massive construct spin and grind away at most of the surrounding hollows. Zaraki turned to glare at his lieutenant. Forgive me, Captain. He said with a deep bow. I mastered my Bankai long ago. I just wanted to continue to serve under you, sir. He explained before Kenpachi threw him into the ground. You should have told me sooner. He yelled. I was expecting you to challenge me to a rematch for decades. Now you show you would have been a promising opponent. That pisses me off. Ichigo pried himself out of the ground. Now come on. The party's not over yet. He roared as jumped back into the fray, cleaving a dozen Jillian in half. Ichigo grinned as the dragon emblem on his axe filled up. Yes sir, Captain Zaraki. He roared, readying his blades. And accidentally cutting into Ichigo's back. The hybrid exclaimed. Watch where you're swinging that. I'm actually more surprised that I cut you. Ikaku said. Present day, Soul Society, Central Underground Prison, lowest level. And then I beat Ikaku into unconsciousness, waited till Zaraki got bored, and we called it a day. Ichigo told Unohana, who asked what her fiancé's bachelor party was like. I think I blacked out a few times and ate a Minos or two, it kind of just blurs together. He finished recounting the story from what Yumichiki said in his own knowledge. Unohana simply smiled. Sounds like it was a lot of fun. She said as they continued to descend into the darkness. Appropriate for him, but still so childish. At least now he says he won't hesitate to kill his opponents because he says he's keeping a promise of only one opponent. You, Ichigo Kurosaki. The doors opened to reveal a massive dark room with sparse candle placements, making it seem to go on forever. Yes, you restored him to his true strength, undoing my greatest crime. She mumbled, though Ichigo heard her. I've been wondering, you two seem to know each other. Ichigo stated. What's the story, and why are we down here? He asked as the veteran captain turned to Ichigo, her gentle smile and look becoming more and more cold as she talked. The creation of the original Gotei was millennia ago. She started. They were referred to as balancers and kept the balance of life and death, thus leading to the original war against the Quincy and Yawatch himself. She slowly began to undo her braid. The first generation was filled with nothing but thugs and killers. That lack of empathy made them known as the strongest and eventually ended the war with our victory. Genryosei founded this force and the institution that would train more soldiers, but the other captains were left to their devices. The first Kenpachi was known as the most diabolical criminal that Soul Society had ever known and set the roots of the 11th squad that is still adhered to even now. Ichigo's eyes widened as Retsu Unohana became a different person in front of him. One day, while looking for people to kill on the furthest edges of the Rukon lowest districts, the Kenpachi came across an animal in human form. Feral and beastly, this child knew no fear and attacked the Kenpachi with such power and bloodlust that the first Kenpachi knew she discovered her successor. Having been injured with the only scar on her body. She said, revealing her scar and becoming Yachiru Unohana, the first Kenpachi. You were the original Kenpachi? He asked, suddenly fearful of the woman. She let out a chilling laugh. I mastered all forms of swordplay and killed constantly to quell my thirst for blood. She continued to explain. Zaraki was the last fight I enjoyed as Kenpachi. Using the healing techniques I learned to prolong my fights, I became the captain of the 4th Division as Retsu Unohana. Unfortunately, in an effort to continue enjoying his fights from then on, he subconsciously made himself pathetically weak. I resolved to one day return him to his true power and die, making him the true Kenpachi. But then, you showed up. She said walking toward him, making Ichigo feel like death was coming for him, making him freeze in fear. You fought him. Continuously, practically killing each other, and restoring him bit by bit. That was to be my final fight Ichigo Kurosaki, and you took it from me. She unsheathed her sword. You wanted training? Genryosei told me to teach you swordplay. Before Ichigo could react, she slashed through his throat. First lesson, boy, reaction time. Ichigo coughed out blood as his neck healed, then she cut through his eyes. Don't worry, I can heal you from the brink of death. Just try to survive. Squad 11 Barracks. Kenpachi stood in front of his entire division, Ikaku kneeling next to his captain and covered in bandages. He bore a scowl that would match that of the hybrid currently training in the deepest depths of Soul Society. Everyone waited, under the heavy oppressive glare of the strongest berserker in all of the Gotei. They shivered in fear, waiting for the man to say anything, jumping when he started growling. Your lieutenant recently revealed that he knew Bankai. He said. I fought him long before I became a captain and enjoyed the battle. When we met after I took the title of Kenpachi, I was expecting a rematch. Now he reveals that he was a captain-level fighter, a low-tier captain but still. I missed out on a good fight, and that pisses me off. So, is anyone else hiding anything? He roared, making everyone cower as they professed their innocence and loyalty to their captain. Shut up. I hate secrets. In my opinion, they make everything ugly. He said while keeping an eye on Yumachika, who flinched when he said ugly. Something you want to say, Yumachika? The campy-seated officer went in front of his captain and knelt in front of him. I'm sorry, sir. He said to the berserker. I knew about Ikiku's abilities but kept silent since he asked me to. As for my own secret, his eyes drifted to his best friend, his captain, and his squad before he steeled his nerves. I don't have a melee-type Sapakudo. There was a loud collective gasp as Yumachika let out his biggest secret. He kept his eyes on the ground, waiting for Zaraki's judgment. Okay. What else? He asked, completely indifferent. Everyone looked at Kenpachi in shock of his complete disregard of the squad's unspoken rule. What can you really do? Mi Zanpakudo is really a Kido type. Yumachika elaborated. Tear in frenzy, Ruirio Kujaku. He called out, letting his blade become a group of glowing peacock feather vines. Anything caught in these vines will have their Ryatsu stolen. To his back he could hear the murmurs among his squad. A look of shock on Ikiku's face hurt the most. I never wanted anyone to see this power because Squad 11 is full of melee fighters. I never wanted you to think any less of Dash, he tried to say before Zaraki unleashed his Shurikai and slammed the massive handle against the ground, making everything shake and the ground fracture. Shut up. He roared again. I can barely hear Yumachika over your DMN chatter. I don't give a DMN whether his abilities are melee or Kido based. He should be praised as the most loyal of all you. He turned to Yumachika again. Am I right in guessing that you would have rather died than reveal your real strength? He asked, making his prospective third seat nod. And you became one of my strongest fighters despite the handicap you put on yourself. I would have never figured it out, so why did you step up? Because, Yumachika stuttered, I didn't want to appear ugly in your eyes, Captain. Since when the hell did I care about beauty? He asked as Yumachika realized the lapse in logic. Aren't you marrying Captain Unohana? The one everyone agrees is the most beautiful woman in the Godai? Ikiku asked. Looks got nothing to do with that. Kenpachi told them. It's because that woman gave me this scar. He pointed to his scarred face, making everyone exclaim in shock. The first real enjoyable fight in my life. Always wanted a rematch with the first Kenpachi. He said, shocking his squad further. But, Ichigo's the only person I'll fight from now on, so I figured, what the hell. Everyone stared at their captain in shock of the revelations, and the entire squad started panicking as they remembered their treatment of the 4th Division. Oh right. Yumachika, here's what'll happen. I don't want to see you here until you become proficient in Kido spells. After that, if anyone has the ball left to challenge you, fight to become 3rd seed again. He turned and left. And no holding back, you punk. He threw over his shoulder as he walked away, the entirety of his squad having a collective freakout. Las noches, Aizen study. He was a patient man, waited centuries, played the nice guy, gained loyalties and manipulated everyone while he built up his army. It was sure to pay off when he finally recovered Urahara's Hogyoku to strengthen his own and create his Arankar while improving himself to become the ultimate being. He enacted his plan, retrieved the orb from Rukia's body, defeated Ichigo, and escaped, all as planned. However, it didn't take him long to learn the object he took was a decoy, a fake one with the same energy signature of a real Hogyoku, completely incompatible with a genuine article, and only able to create a scarce few incomplete Arankar. His calm demeanor gave way to rage as he lashed out at having been outsmarted. His loyal aides were caught up in his wrath and both needed immediate surgery. Now he's calm and furious, watching and studying every single recording he has on Ichigo Kurosaki. Captain Aizen called out Jin as he entered the room. The Espada are waiting for you, sir. He was impressed that they managed to pull one over on Aizen. Now Aizen was studying his greatest experiment, and most dangerous wild card. The subject of the meeting today, who to send to gather data on that hybrid. Aizen rose from his chair and followed Jin to the meeting of his top 10 Arrancar. They reached the long table with the Espada flanking both sides, waiting for their master and his orders. "Hello everyone," he said, calm as ever but with no trace of mirth. "I've called this meeting because I have a mission to give to two of you." Each one gave a varied look of interest. "I want intelligence on Ichigo Kurosaki. Two of you are to go into the world of the living and gather information on him. For this, I've decided to send Okuroa," he pointed to the pale white Arrancar with half a helmet, who has experience spying on Ichigo. "I apologize for the lack of information on his growth, Lord Aizen." The white bat said with a bowed head. "I shall not fail this time." Aizen nodded his approval before pointing to the largest of their group. "And Yami Largo, whom I want to test Ichigo." The giant tanned Arrancar grinned in excitement. "He's no doubt undergoing training to become a viable weapon against me, and I want an idea on his growth. If you can capture him, do so. If not, kill him. He's too dangerous to leave alone." He rose from his throne to return to his study. "Be sure to prepare yourself properly," he warned. "We don't have the time to replace you if you die." He returned to the study and watched the image of Ichigo destroying Jingo and Tsukishima again, paying close attention to the look of shock on the hybrid's face. "Still just a boy," he murmured as he planned to strengthen his Hogyoku. Silburn, Yawacha's throne room. The Quincy King looked over his assembled Sternritters, gathered by his second-in-command for the purpose of gathering information on his two lost children. The heat, the explode, and the thunderbolt, interesting choices in his opinion. He remembered Basby, the red-haired Mohawk Quincy who only got as strong as he did from Hashwaltha's ability to aid other Quincy's growth. He would turn Yuryu back to his divine light, being one that formerly hated him and now serves willingly. Bambietta, the slender explode that had a tendency to kill his soldats to vent her petty anger, and Candace, the vain thunderbolt that focused more on her looks than her power, they would bring him Ichigo. Provided they knew the limits and rules of their mission. "You have been gathered here before me for a special mission," he said in his dark, rumbling voice. "One of the war powers, Ichigo Kurosaki, and the gemished Quincy that survived my holy selection, Yuryu Ishida, seem to be siding with our enemies." A look of anger passed through his soldiers. "However, I would not see my sons slain for their misguidance. They know not their destinies. Instead, you are to bring them back to us, their real family. Do not force them, as they will resist, and only kill them as a last resort," he said before letting his power flare. "The two of them are more valuable than half of the Vandenrake. Do not fail me," he said, waving his hand to dismiss them. "Basby, you will go to Yuryu. Bambietta and Candace, Ichigo will be yours to sway," he commanded as they left. "Do you truly believe they can be swayed, Your Majesty?" the Sternritter Grandmaster inquired, remembering Yuryu denouncing his kind during his battle with Mayuri. Many were furious with him abandoning his heritage, others were curious about his blasphemous equipment given to him by Urahara. He was an object of hate amongst many and a sign of rebellion against their father. "They are my children as well as any of you," Yawach dismissed casually. "My blood runs through them. They will return to the light, one way or another." Shiba household. Rukia and Ranjaku followed Orihime and Tatsuki as they went to see Mama Masaki. The way Orihime and Tatsuki acted put them both on edge. As if they were going to their execution, which Rukia had experience with. Ranjaku was interested to meet the woman that made her former captain shape up, and Rukia heard nothing but praise about her from the Kurosaki family. Now, they were terrified of incurring the matriarch's anger. Rukia had to meet her as they would soon be mother and daughter by law, and Ranjaku wasn't about to back out when she felt this committed. They reached the Shiba grounds to find Karen and Yuzu playing against the twin attendants, simultaneously training their Quincy powers to gain an edge against the older attendants with the adults watching. Masaki Oka-chan. Orihime called out, gaining the Quincy's attention. We're back. And we brought some friends. Everyone stopped the game to meet the girls. Orihime. Tatsuki, Rukia. Isshin cheered, running with a noticeable limp. My third, fourth, and fifth daughters. He said, happily hugging the three, slowly taking note of his former lieutenant. Hey Ranjaku, here to visit your former captain? He asked as the blonde Soul Reaper chuckled nervously. Yep, and to be your sixth daughter. Tatsuki said with a mischievous grin that would not be out of place on Yoruichi. Isshin paled and grasped the lieutenant by her shoulders. Just run. Don't look back and don't dash, he tried to warn before feeling his wife's hand on his shoulder. Hold on Isshin. Masaki said slowly, already gaining a menacing aura. I'd like to meet this supposed, sixth daughter. She moved her husband out of the way and ran a critical eye over the lieutenant, then suddenly reached out and began to grope the bustiest woman of Soul Society. After a few seconds of that, Masaki gave her judgment. Those melons are too big. She pouted. My Ichigo would never give in to someone who acts so shamefully. She actually reminds me of you a little. Isshin said, making his wife glare at him. Remember how we first met? Masaki actually took a second to reminisce. Oh yeah. She giggled at the memory. You were so flustered back then. Yeah. She's playful and lazy, but when it counts she's definitely someone you can rely on. Isshin explained as he came in front of his former lieutenant. But this begs the question, why are you interested in Ichigo? Ranjaku actually blushed as she fished out Jin's letter. He was doing what Jin asked, and I wanted to see what kind of person he was. She explained timidly. So I made it tempting, like I was vulnerable and willing. She felt Masaki's demonic glare burn into her skin as she continued. But he simply comforted me, didn't try to take advantage of the situation at all, and took care of me. Masaki lightened up on the glare. I want to see more of who he really is. They waited until Masaki let out a sigh. Fine, but don't think I'm letting you do whatever you want. She then turned her attention to the diminutive Soul Reaper and Noble. So, you're Rukia Kuchiki. She said, making Rukia feel like she's shrinking under Masaki's gaze. Just one thing before we get started. Rukia lowered her head, shaking in fear at whatever it was her future mother-in-law had to do. Then she felt something being placed in her head. You make such a cute bunny. Masaki squealed along with Orihime and Ranjaku. I now have no trouble believing they're related. Rukia thought in deadpan as she, once again, had bunny ears on her head. Though the difference in actions is shocking. But in all seriousness Kuchiki-san. Masaki said while returning to a focused state of mind, and petting Rukia's head. I know what it's like to be forced to marry against your will. I myself was forced to play that part in politics with the Ishida family before I met Isshin. So I can sympathize with you. Well, I don't think I can protest too much. Rukia said, enjoying Masaki's strokes. He saved my life, made me feel better when I was sad, he saw me for me instead of a member of the Kuchiki clan. All in all, I don't not like him. Masaki smiled, happy that her boy was becoming a splendid man after all. Isshin did all right without her. Okay fine. She said, relenting to her kinder nature. You can both pursue Ichigo. But no more naughty business until he's married. Got it. She growled, making the girls see a Hanaya apparition before her. They all nodded frightfully. Good. Now you have to prove yourselves. She said, releasing a sinister laugh. With Ichigo. Unohana ended their training, leaving Ichigo as a carved bloody mess on the floors of the prison. His regeneration was long since spent as she kept putting him on the brink on death, time and time again. She regarded him with disgust he never knew she was capable of before. Now he sat in meditation, trying to focus on controlling his Ryatsu, plagued by her words. How pathetic. She said to him. To think you've undone my greatest sin with such a cowardly resolve. You had your chances to block, fight back, even kill me, but you hesitated every time. There is only ever one Kenpachi, one unrivaled warrior among the Shinigami, every generation. The 9 between me and Zaraki were false Kenpachis and he should have killed me to take the title. And the worst of it is that a child like yourself freed him from his self-imposed binds. She healed him and dragged his tired body to return to the surface. You have the same problem he gave himself, you're scared of your own power. Afraid to kill again? Aizen and especially Yoruichi will not have the same problem. We only beat the Vandenrake because of our ruthlessness. You are a soldier of Soul Society now, Ichigo. And no matter what anyone says, soldiers kill people. How you use that power is up to you. Her words replayed in his mind as he meditated, shattered his focus as he watched Jingo and Tsukishima get destroyed by his power, then going for his friends. Ah! He screamed, causing a violent explosion of erasure around him. He gasped for breath as the images faded from his mind. To his side was Genryusai, making tea in pure serenity. Something troubling you, my disciple? He asked as he finished brewing and poured out 2 cups. Something, Retsu said. Yes, sir. Ichigo breathed out, sitting down across from the elderly captain and taking one of the cups to soothe his nerves. She told me about the history of the Godai, and called me pathetic for my hesitance in fighting again. They took a drink as Yamamoto mused over Ichigo's troubles. Those were indeed dark times, Ichigo. He spoke in a tired voice. I myself am ashamed of the things I've done. The death of Yoruichi was necessary, but not all the Quincy. It was my own anger and arrogance that let the war get as terrible as it did. It was only your proof of Yoruichi's return did I compromise my own morals and let humans join the fight that we failed to stop. As for your current hesitation, I do not fault you, and Retsu is clearly mad at you for making her chosen successor spit in the face of the unspoken law of the Kenpachi. He set down the cup and looked at Ichigo directly in the eye, his stare reflecting over thousands of years of wisdom and experience. Ichigo, there is no doubt that you will be expected to end the lives of more people. Treasonous Shinigami, these Arankar Urahara speaks of, the Quincy, even more regular humans, if they present a threat that will not be swayed to peace or restrained, they will have to be put down. Not because the law dictates it, nor because their ideals or opinions clash with our own, but because they will not stop threatening that which we care for. I treasure the peace we now have and saw any criminal as a threat to that peace. You have to be willing to protect what you treasure, no matter the lengths or costs. Ichigo lowered his head and thought of what his aged teacher told him. Genryusai took the Eastern tea set and put it in front of the hybrid. Now, make the tea. He ordered as Ichigo took the items and repeated the ceremony his master taught him. Am I to return to the living world after today? He asked as he mixed the water and the sencha powder. He finished and poured the mixture for his teacher. Yes, Ichigo. The old dragon took a sip and smiled as he drank. As captain and lieutenant, you and your father must be there to oversee matters and keep the peace in the world of the living. Also to get more practice in making tea. This is nowhere near passable. He said bluntly, making the boy twitch in anger. Making tea was the last thing anyone ever thought to teach me, Gramps. Ichigo yelled in dignity. Your first lesson for me was how to throw a punch. Which still took 3 days, if I recall. Dismissed, Lieutenant. The ancient general commanded, making Ichigo get up and leave. Yes, terrible tea. But it did show me you're returning to a calm balance. Keep growing, my boy. Genryusai reflected before disposing of the tea. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Karen and Yuzu's first class. The 2 sisters wore the red and white uniform of Shino Academy and stood in front of the class as the teacher introduced him. These are Yuzu and Karen Kurosaki, daughters of Captain Isshin Kurosaki," said a gray-haired man, introducing the twins to the class. "Because of their situation, they will be in class on a limited basis and they are not to be treated differently. If I found out about any bullying or special treatment, the perpetrators will be punished." He turned to the girls. "Go take a seat." Karen found an empty spot for her and Yuzu, while Yuzu asked their new teacher a question. Sensei. We heard our brother will be training under the captain commander personally," she said, immediately getting the class talking. Some impressed, some angry at the arrogance of the half-breed. "Will he be alright?" "Girls. I know Lieutenant Kurosaki impressed the commander, but he is too busy to waste his time taking on any student," he said as a black blur broke through the wall next to him and slammed into the back of the room, revealing Ichigo with a fist indentation in his stomach. Barely a tenth of a second later, Yamamoto appeared in front of him. "And that's how you throw a punch, boy," he said sternly. Ichigo fell to the ground as rubble collapsed on top of him. "I want 10,000 of those for each arm within an hour. If you run out of time, you start over." He turned around to walk out of the hole he made when he demonstrated what he wanted. "Now get to it. The clock's ticking." Yuryu and Nimu's date, aftermath. Yuryu slowly woke up, remembering his forced date holding a cloth rag over his mouth and making him pass out. When he did, he was met with bright lights, a warm soft bed, an odd draft, restraints around his wrists and ankles, and a naked Nimu laying next to him. WHWHWH, what's happening?" he yelled as he tried not to stare at his bare companion. "Oh good, you're awake." He heard Mayuri's voice coming from the speakers around the bright room. "This is just an experiment we need you for. Don't worry, you might enjoy it. Unless you're gay and prefer to bottom." "What the hell are you talking about?" Yuryu yelled indignantly when Urahara apparently showed up. "Mayuri, did you finish the, what the hell are you doing?" he yelled out. "You should know better than this. Nimu, get over here." Yuryu breathed a sigh of relief, believing Urahara could help. The light suddenly dimmed to mimic candlelight as smooth jazz started playing and Nimu came out in tantalizing white lingerie. Yuryu could only stare and blush at the artificial person. "Much better. Continue," he said cheerfully. "Someone help me," Yuryu cried out. Rukia's initiation. Ichigo and Chad found Yuryu in a rather compromising position and broke him out. Ichigo even punched Urahara in the face a couple times and ripped off Mayuri's arm. Now, safe from the insane scientist, they talked about their days. "I think we made some progress on activating a second Fullbring for me," Chad told them. "And Jackie seems to be making progress as well. Riruka's been running into things all day though. You'd think at some point she'd stop listening to Jackie. I had a rather pleasant date at first," Yuryu said, reminiscing. "Visited some shops, got ideas to improve my own designs in needlework, a rather enjoyable chat, and a lovely picnic lunch." Then his mood soured. "Until I spat out a pill and then got drugged, of course. And I still wonder if you really wanted us to save you like you said," Ichigo said, making Yuryu shoot a glare at his cousin. "And what happened to you, oh mighty lieutenant?" he asked, making Ichigo look into the distance and start shaking. "Worse than you, Yuryu," he said cryptically. They reached the door of the Shiba household, with plans to enjoy their last day of the weekend. "I just want to hit the hay as soon as posse.blee." He opened the front door to find Rukia, in naught but an apron, pantyhose, and bunny ears. "We welcome home Dee darling, peon," she said, looking at Ichigo. "Well, would you like a ba-. Stopping when she noticed Chad and Yuryu with him. Ichigo reached out and pet his fiancée before closing the door. Just in time to hear his mother start lecturing her on proper teasing. "FRPLY. I wanna go home," Ichigo groaned.